Welcome, everyone, to our wonderful last year of our term budget. We will get opening the meeting, so I'll call the meeting to order. Mr. Clerk.
Moved by Councillor Bugelli, seconded by Councillor Shane. Be it resolved that this special meeting now open at 9:05 a.m.
All in favor? Motion's carried. Moving on with the adoption of the agenda.
Moved by Councillor Shane, seconded by Councillor Bugelli. Be it resolved that the agenda be approved as presented.
Thank you all. Or any discussions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor? Motion's carried. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, moving on to our municipal budget. So we don't need a resolution to move on to this? Perfect. So as we start, I will make, and I believe Chad as well, will make some opening remarks, and hopefully we can move on and have a very productive day. So good morning, everyone. And as I mentioned earlier, welcome to our 2026 first draft budget day. Being the last budget of our term, it comes at a time when municipalities throughout are facing real financial pressures and tough decisions that will be made. As we head into an election year, we all know which often will bring added scrutiny and differing perspectives. But it's especially important that we approach this process with respect, collaboration, and a clear focus on the best interest of our residents. I want to sincerely thank all our staff and partners that did tremendous work to bring this draft together. The teamwork and commitment that reached our common goal is greatly appreciated by council. So let's get this thing started, and I look forward to having some constructive and productive discussions today. Thank you. Go ahead, Chad.
Briefly, Mayor Landry just took half of my what I was going to say, but I want to thank staff for the work they've done, and former CAO Calder for his guidance to get this proposed budget to where it's at. So the numbers look good, and I'll leave it to our interim treasurer Lachlan to lay out the numbers. So you're not here to hear me, so I'm going to turn it over to him to get started.
So before Lachlan, I go just for staff and council, if you want to make sure your phones, just so we're not, so have the phones on silence. And yeah, for council, we have both, so the acting or interim treasurer as well as Kim are both present, as well as staff. So hopefully the questions or answers to our questions will hopefully all be answered. So take it away, Lachlan.
All right, thank you very much, and through you, Mr. Mayor. I would also appreciate the help I've had, specifically as everybody else has been thanked. I'd like to thank Melissa Gardner and Kim Goyette for their help in presenting this or preparing this. One item that I would like to highlight just before we get started, I'd like to apologize for the worksheets. When I went to print them, there were a few accounts that were missing. I had set my my computer up on my old one, and then the settings didn't follow me on VATM, but I believe you had updated ones prepared for you yesterday. So I highlighted the green ones. Those are the lines that were not there. The numbers are still very good. So getting into budget then. So a few housekeeping items. For those watching at home, if you want to get our document, it's on northstormont.ca. You go to the top right, and you click the top menu, you go to local government, and then again, council meetings. You'll get the agenda calendar. Click the 14th, and all the information is there. For those in the council chamber, just a reminder to turn your phones and watches to silent. And additionally, all the contact information is available there for your heads of departments. We've done the opening remarks. We'll get into the budget discussion. We'll follow up afterwards. If council wishes to have a break, please let us know, and there will be, I believe, lunch will be provided, so when that moment comes, we'll have lunch. So our vision, I do assume fully that you read through everything, so if you think I'm speaking too fast, let me know. I can slow down. If I'm speaking too slow, I can speed up. It's at your leisure. So there's our vision, providing cost-effective services and infrastructure. Moving on to our priorities, as given through the strategic plan: economic development, infrastructure, recreation programming, people and culture, including staff well-being, long-range financial plan, and modernizing service delivery. We'll go into general government, and we will start with water just because we have Mrs. Dawn Crump here, and she does need to stay after we go over the general review of the environment. So our neighbor, as we know, things are not stable perfectly. Things will change. Add a tweet, just to know the environment isn't as regular as it was 2 to 3 years ago. These tariffs do have an effect on us. Those were the effects. Those are the items with tariffs, and they do have downstream impacts as that we buy roads, things that require steel. Our buildings go up that way. So we did have some retaliation. There is a shock to our economy. The wonderful thing about this is it will have our economy go down. So we are facing pressures that may not come back. So things are going to get more expensive. People are going to have a little bit less, and that will likely continue for our citizenry, just to give an environment. Our nation, our exports are down. You'll often see good news that we have our exports are going up around the world, but the United States is our biggest market, so that also affects our businesses here. I just wanted to highlight the spot, the green section, the square, is the environment of high inflation that was during COVID, and that's where a lot of municipalities, you'll see that later, that the prices have gone up. It's gone up everywhere, and we're kind of still combating that time. So the outlook for Canada as a whole is things are going to get a little bit worse, and it's going to cost a little bit more. So when you look at our budget as a whole, I'm trying to make it a little bit more positive, and I appreciate you listening while I go through the environment, is we've applied 2.3 for Ontario inflation, and that is on kind of salaries, like basket of goods that we eat. It's always good to focus on non-residential building because we do build a lot of roads, a lot of bridges, buildings, and that's probably more important. That number is actually reasonable this year. In the past 4 or 5 years, that has gone up over 15% in one given year. This is our township versus inflation. So if you have your CPI, which is your basket of goods, your apples, your oranges, your salary side, we are above that, but against inflation of roads, bridges, and basically our infrastructure, which is a considerable amount of where this budget presents, it's lower. Showing that we're doing our part locally, and I'm not trying to pick on province and government, federal government, but I suppose I am a little bit here. The core funding that we get that isn't generated via grants, applications, haven't really maintained. OSIF is the only one that kind of went up. But if you look at OMPF specifically, that bottom line, there was a big shock in 2018, down 15%. I believe in 2019 it also went down 15%, and we still have not recovered for that. So we're actually receiving less money on one of our core fundings than we were even 7 years ago, which puts pressure on the local. And that's, I'm trying to develop a theme. We do have 9% of the revenue, 60% of the tax, 9% of revenue, 60% of the assets. On this page, and then again, if I'm going too fast, let me know, because I want to get to the good stuff, highlights the amount we're taxing. You will note that it is higher than the past several years, and at the same time, the amount that is taxed overall, 4.3 million, is significantly less than the others, and that's a hard burden. I think I was having a conversation that we're buying the same fire trucks, we're buying the same roads, we're buying the same buildings, but we have less revenue to do so compared to our local comparators. Again, summed up, and I'll just go to the bottom line there, 4-year change. So your term of council, just to put it in perspective, have collected, including this budget, 1 million more compared to your neighbors, who the lowest one would be, or closest to you would be North Glengarry at 1.2 million. The highest would be your neighbor to the west, North Dundas, at 4.5 million. And then it's varied in between, but you're collecting anywhere from near half to a quarter of some of your local municipalities. To show where the money is going, this is 2025 numbers. Public Works accounts for $9 million. That's the county, our portion of the county levy, as well as local. Corporate would include finance, and that's county and SDG and North Stormont together, and then the rest are kind of broken down by department. Green is just us. Gray is us and the counties, and then the school boards, just to highlight where different things go. Sorry if my voice is coming in, and I'm going to try to look at you and not look at the slide. I apologize. This one shows dollars local this year. So 4.2 million in public works, fire, general government and recreation associations, and then the arena are your big bucket items. Percentage, in case some people like talking in percentages. 12.17 million is your total expenditure. So what does this mean to you and your community? Going from 3.8 million to 4.3 million, an increase of 466,000, the budget as presented. I loathe this slide because prior to the pandemic, I used to be able to say if you decrease services, you'll likely maintain your tax rate, but there'd have to be severe cuts in your services to actually decrease your tax rate. Just maintaining the status quo continues to be costly. Where does $1,000 go in taxation? 342 for North Stormont, 539 for STG counties, and 118 for the school boards. And 1% of your levy, if this budget was adopted as is 43,000. Our citizen, on a property of 220,000, the tax rate would be, or the taxation paid would be 2,800. If we go down, you can see those. I won't go over them all, but it would be $152.11 increase over the year, which would be $1,268 per month, of which $745 would be going to North Stormont. So when you blend everything in, because this is what the taxpayer feels, or I shouldn't say citizen, taxpayer, feels in their pocket, is 5.87%. So that is the true number when all is said and done, the impact on your citizenry. Overall budget impressions. So there is new information. GFL, we got good news from the amended one from Thursday. They expect 590,000 tons times $3 per ton. So there is $70,000 that can be discussed amongst council in how you want to do that. Recommendation could be to put it on like a roads fleet transfer. It can decrease the budget, or there's council's discretion as you wish to use that money. The only changes from the one from December 15th, the advanced budget is economic development officer was to be discussed. Now it's in the budget. And again, that 100,000 is now 30,000, so that's a benefit for us. Overall, salaries are fairly steady. I understand we did have a question about CPI looking a little bit more than 2.3% in that. Much of that is attributed to step increases, so there's 2.3% CPI as well as step increases going from 4 to 5 or 5 to 6 accounts for that. And if we have specific questions as we get through those, Melissa Gardner is here to answer them. Capital spending is down. You'll see a lot of headwinds in this budget that force us to be really tight on it. There's no new debt, but the cost of debt has increased. That's just because this building is on debt for the whole year versus a partial year. And administration has removed $2 million from the study. So the return budgets, the first ones we started with, would be well over where we find ourselves today. GFL, I didn't upgrade this slide, but that 1.7 million is now 1.77, and that's what was previously discussed and for council's deliberation on to what you want to do with it. Otherwise, funding is up from the levels of government, and those are your core ones. Benefits have increased by 51,000. Insurance has increased by 42,000 based on current information, and we're fairly accurate with those. EDP transfers from reserve. So last year there was $327,000 transferred from reserve for roads, and this year we're suggesting $240,000. The reason is, and there's a slide later, that that is a pot of money, and as we draw from it, we don't want to have a tax shock sometime in the future where you draw 380, draw 20,000. That would be so we're trying to wind it down dutifully or responsibly. Year-end reserve balances. And these are subject to year-end auditing, staff report changes as well. I will fully admit to having Kim just coming back. She'll probably review them, and there might be some context, so we did our best to look through them. On your worksheets, it's Appendix A if you want to go into detail at any time. There's your organizational structure. There should be no surprise there. And then overall budget impression on where we're spending money. The highlight there would be that the bottom two are not 2 plus 2. That's half in each position. So you have 2 FTEs, not 4. In addition, they do not, the two of them together make 430,000. That includes your firefighters. So moving to water and sewer. unless there's questions at this point. I think generally the general overview is presented without questions because you're more interested in the budget as it is. So we'll go through this, and if you have any questions, Mrs. Crump can add to that. So this is managed by our infrastructure department with their public administrator. And sorry, I should mention the page we're going to because, so we're on page 112 at present. And I apologize, I just want to make sure we get the people in the order that they're here, and we will also be doing recreation later in the, we'll do a recreation later because or Pierre is not here until the afternoon, he had an obligation. So page 112. Just waiting, just make sure that everybody has their documents. Okay, it's on the electronic copy. There was, okay. Could we maybe, oh, sorry. So we will, okay, we're good. So the electronic copy that was updated with your agenda would have the new slide. I apologize for not printing these at that point. Okay. So we are on page 112. Overall, water and sewer increases, the rates are at 5.7%. That was previous council direction. Aqua continues to manage the system. It's status quo budget for the most part. There are different capital items in and out. There's different maintenance in and out. Moose Creek obviously is the big item, and that's from the Hughes grant or HUSIF grant, and insurance increased at 6%. This is just to show the community and yourselves that the rates as they're proposed and the cost to the water users and wastewater users. Question to council, and perhaps not one that needs to be answered now, but if you wish us to look into it. Right now we have 3 systems. Is there an intention to have 3 systems or a regional system in that regard? So 3 systems would mean every system has its own reserve funding model, even if it is the same rates. The regional system that's shared reserves, funding models generally shared, etc. So if you wish to clarify this, just it will affect how we prepare ongoing.
I will speak on my behalf and maybe just clarify. So my belief is I would prefer seeing 1, and that way it's all 3 are ours. To have them separate, it's just that if we need a specific expenditure in Chrysler, for example, I would rather look at the reserves overall that we can kind of play with to not have to go and borrow, say, for example. At the end of the day, if we need to borrow, we're going to need to borrow. We can always identify where it comes from, and each 3 different systems are their own entity, but at the same time, I want it as one just for the purpose of council. Maybe you could add to that, Kim?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I've had discussions with the auditor, and basically in the physical monies, it's 1 account on the bank statement, even though it's divided up on the financial statements into 3. But because the rates are the same for all 3 entities, it makes good sense to have just 1 account that the 3 can share if needed. It's totally different if you have 3, excuse me, 3 different areas with 3 different rates based on their operations. But in this case, it's not that. So going for the 1, I think, is the wise thing to do without having to go to long-term debt. And ultimately, if we need to, we have to. But
it would work. Okay. So we can give direction moving along. Right now, I think the consensus is that we would look at sharing a regional, at the same time keeping them separate, but in 1 account. Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, I agree, and it's, especially because Finch and Chrysler somewhat share the same system as well, so I think it makes sense to do that as well. So I agree. Should be 1 regional system, in my opinion.
All right, thank you for that conversation. And that could come back at a future council meeting just to clarify that through resolution. And thank you for that time. And again, through you, Mr. Mayor. So the Chrysler system, these are the main items. water hydrant valves, 25,000, water pump 2, 15,000. The notes have what they are: maintenance, variable frequency delivery. The sewer system has collection system, lagoon cell cleanout, generator replacement, pump and chemical pump. And at various amounts, the largest item there is a generator replacement. And then the small systems are about 13,300. And the breakdown is in the note. Water continued, transfer to reserves, $99,000 more in transfer to reserves. This is a good thing. It means your funding model is preparing for future capital items. Sewer capital is 50,000 more than last year. Water capital is 3,000, and Aqua on this particular line item is 35,000 more, and I think there's less in the other systems. For Finch, water has $15,000 of hydrants and valves, $15,000 of Finch wells. Number 2 in particular, the repair is required, and $50,000 for sewer collection system. That's general maintenance. I believe it happens every year. So overall, what that looks like is, again, $250,000, $55,000 in this case, more towards reserves. Again, funding future capital items. Sewer and water capital are less on this than previous years, and Aqua's $4,000 more, so that would be your inflation increases. Moose Creek, this is where all the work will be done. That grant is the HUSIF, I think, Housing Enabling Fund. Considerable amount of capital, 4.579, and that will be funded through grant and then debt if required. Water hydrants, pump panel, and the tie of the well 3R. And I don't know what 3R is specifically, but Don, if you have specific questions, I can gladly answer those. Again, the panel here is the big item, but everything there adds up to a little over 300,000. And then the sewer is collection system and the pump, and there will be a new pump. So the overall changes versus last year: transfers to reserve, large project, sewer capital. It's all the large project, and then a little bit more for the overview of it. Otherwise, and the slide doesn't touch specifically onto operating for the most part, because we're not changing level of service, we're not changing the amount of people working on there. The maintenance is relatively the same. If you want to get into your budget worksheets, we do have them, and they were provided. And I will apologize if this, it is a different way to see it, so if there's any confusion or want to focus a little bit more on the sheets, we can dig in at your discretion. I just assumed otherwise, like if we're not changing the business and you don't have any problems with the sheets, but if you do have a problem or a specific item, please point it out now, and we can carry forward. If you have any questions, Mrs. Crump's over there.
So if I can interject, so what I would like to do is the outcome where you detail each department but I also like where I've documented on the working sheets. So what we could do is go over all the details of the department, and then we can identify there's only 32 pages in the working sheets. We can identify the page. Any questions, and then council can, if you've made notes, just identify a particular line item that we need to address. So does that work with you as far as?
It works perfectly with me, and it's up to you as a council. So I would suggest perhaps, because we have Don here, that if there is a item on water that was wanting to be identified or sewer, that we could use that.
Yeah. So again, I believe there is some kind of issue with a projector. That kind of, so Todd yesterday, I don't know if he got it back working, so that's something we can maybe try to see with Todd. So my first question will be, so just to make sure, so both Don and Public Works, so you did this all in collaboration, so it's not like Blake, you're all on par with what's being presented as well as Aqua, so that's perfect. My only question, which is referring to page 24 on our working sheets, is the actuals of 2025 under the Chrysler Capital. We had budgeted 68, ended up with 116,000 in capital. Is that, and now we're putting in another 70. Can maybe just identify, was there additional capital? So on page 24, if you have it, it would be item 9,000, the last 4 digit of the. So Chrysler Water Capital. This one is the new, that was on,
Through the mayor, what, just so.
sorry, Blake, just quick. So for council, there might be different pages. So it's basically the water and sewer, first page of the water and sewer, starting with the revenues.
It would be in the package I provided a copy of last night.
On the previous package. So it's the Chrysler Water Capital, which we've got. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So the number is the 1,4, and after that, it's 4105-9,000, because I guess there's multiple 9,000s on that sheet. 3/4 of the way down under Chrysler Water Capital. So go ahead, Blake.
Through the mayor, the numbers Don and I both see, the actual 2025 is 115, just thousands. And budgeted 2025 is 68.
So just to be clear, the sheets were rehanded out, so I think that there's more additional actuals that were added. Ours is January 13. You probably have December 15th on yours.
Yeah.
So I'm now at January 13th on this one. So there's slight changes in the so I'm at 116. But again, there's a $50,000 difference, just identifying what the surplus was on that capital project. Can we identify it or check? Okay. Yes. It wouldn't be. Yeah, if they're looking, so yeah, go, so we'll go,
Okay.
Kara, go.
So it seems like just generally on the pumps, there's all kinds of just like pumps kind of failing or doing things, and that seems to come up both in our council updates and in the budget. Are things aging? Are they being pushed to new capacities? Is there an overarching issue around the use of these pumps, both like water and sewer? Just general question. And the broader context is we have a lot of development coming. We're bringing a lot more homes online. Should we be in any way concerned? I know you have a lot of good stuff budgeted. I'm not throwing that into question, but wondering about is there problems with the pumps? They need bigger changes coming?
They're typically just life cycle replacements.
Yeah. Are they coming up to a life cycle replacement? Because they seem to be breaking or getting repaired. Maybe I'm wrong, but.
Well, generally, I mean, we did have a couple of pumps fail in Finch, and we had some VFDs fail in Chrysler. The VFDs, for instance, were installed during the upgrades that happened to the sewage pumping station there back in 2014. So they were getting to the end of their life cycle. The one failed, and then we have the other one budgeted for this upcoming year. But yeah, I mean, they're typically life cycle replacements.
So overall, they're in good shape. And Lachlan had mentioned 2 million removed in studies. It was in the general overview. I was going to ask if any of those were related to like water and sewer, what type of studies those were that were removed.
Sorry, I was just, I had half an ear. Can you ask that question just one more time? And Kim has the answer for this one, and so we'll get that. And I was just of two minds there. So if you could ask that question, I apologize one more
In your
time.
overview, you said there were $2 million removed,
Oh,
and
yes.
they were in studies. And I was just wondering if they were in any way related to water and sewer, if they were something else.
Okay, so those would mostly be roads, bridges, and building assessments. So I don't think that was water. That was specifically for taxation.
Okay.
And if I may put it to Mrs. Goyette to answer the question.
The budgeted item were for the aqua budget. But what has also hit this expense line is a generator that is ICIP grant funded. So you'll notice at the top of the sheet, page 24, there is an ICIP funding that has no budget but has dollar figures. So that is offsetting the additional charges on the capital.
Perfect. Thank you. And one last question. Don could possibly, so as Councillor McDonald related, we have development coming. We have phase 2 and 3 are starting in Chrysler. You've got new developers coming into Chrysler. You got Finch. With the projected 10-year, like you've got the span of, does that take in account future growth and anticipated changes to our, or is that basically status quo to where we are today?
As it stands right now, it's set as status quo. But every year we do the reserve capacity calculations and see where we're at. And then we look at the master plan, and you're going to have spin-off studies from the master plan as more development is taking place. Typically that would be outside of what we're doing unless it's something relatively simple like a pump upgrade, like a capacity upgrade in the pump, but oftentimes you'll have to do the entire wet well. The generator will have to be upsized. So these kind of things aren't accounted for in here. It's basically the existing infrastructure that we have. And as those projects develop, as more development occurs, we'll follow the master plan and have these spin-off projects that are going to increase capacity overall.
And if I can just further that, so I've been talking about where do we stand, because it's something where as a council, now it's going to fall on the next term of council but to not get into a position where the allocation now is down to where we cannot, future development is kind of at a halt because of it, is where it makes it tough on council too. So to identify being able to get that read, jump on it early enough for to apply for funding, but to not get caught similar to where you look at Moose Creek, we're at zero allocation, waiting for the waste, for the sanitary to get fixed up. So Blake, did you want to add to this?
Yes, through the mayor. As we went through the previous master plan and knowing the future development that's going on, we did discuss about the possibility of having to, in 5 years, now I think we're 2 years into it, that we might have to be looking into having another study done to give council guidance on the major demands on our systems. As of now, I believe we discussed that we do have capacity for the next couple of years unless something outrageous happens with the forecast of the development that they're forecasting. So it'll be something that we're going to have to discuss as management and council, how quick we want to get into a study to recommend to council what we should be doing, what kind of costs, looking at grants for upgrades and all this. But as of now, it's well noted that with the projected development subdivisions, that we're going to be sooner than later to actually have to upgrade that plan to say, no, we're going to be tight, and that'd be up to council to look into making that call whenever, even when we do this year's allocations, and looking at the request for water and sewer and the projected development to say, well, we want to stay ahead of the game, and I believe council wants that too.
So the service master plan that we did just got finalized. I don't like the fact that we're, maybe in 2 years do another one. I'd rather put money in infrastructure.
Yeah.
But, which I understand, but my thing is with council is we're going to be pressured basically now. So there's 47 doors in Finch. Chrysler's got, the draft plan that was submitted is for roughly with the 2 Blanchard and is roughly 300 doors. Well, we now have a potentially on the south side of Chrysler, another potential. They're going to come to us and they are making investments. They need to know if they have the allocation, because they're not going to look at, if we tell them that they're looking at 10 years before they can do anything. So the pressure on council is we need to get answers, and it's something that we're kind of relying on the administration and on this service, the master plan to do so. So
When I said 2 years, it was 2 years that they finally got it, basically worked with the numbers 2 years ago to get the master plan that we just got.
okay.
So in the future, we like you say, we all know what the development is, and we have, like, once you get the numbers this year, you can forecast kind of, okay, it might be 3-4 years before we'll go be getting tight with the allocations. So it's be a planned thing to say, well, when do we want to look into the possibilities of getting a professional in to analyze our systems and to make costing and look at what we can do, what we have to do. It's
Well, if we work together, and then, to me, the lobbying has to start sooner, like, I mean,
Yes.
it takes time to get. So Councillor McDonald.
Mr. Henderson mentioned the allocation report, and I understand what you're saying, and it makes sense, but maybe that could be added into that allocation report to just give us staff's recommendation of a timeline, like in a year, we commence a new study, which will take 2 years, which will get us ready for the 4-year, whatever. But if you could maybe consider that when you bring the allocation, and then we can see it. I'm very nervous about the same things. Not nervous, like excited. It's positive, but I would hate to end up in a situation where we say no to development because we don't have water and sewer, and we could have planned for that. So, with you on that.
Any other questions on that? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Densham.
Yeah, and just to kind of add to the research on where we actually stand, I think the decision we made to be charging $5,000 for connections, both for water and for sewer, has been generating some good revenue. And so in terms of how we are looking to use that revenue, is it potentially time? We've been working now on a study that suggested we increase water and sewer rates by 5.7%. But that study was done before we increased our connection fees. And so I'm wondering whether or not that almost automatic 5.7 increase is necessary. Again, taking into account that we need to balance off what you just discussed previous in terms of potential expansion. So it may be a good time to kind of just relook at all of this and make sure that, you know, we're not working on old assumptions, and we can bring that up to date, because potentially the fees that we have to charge, we may be at a point, if we can use some of that connection revenue that's coming in, that the fees don't necessarily have to increase as aggressively. I did look at, because on another topic related to water, I looked around, and we're not dissimilar in terms of how much we charge for water compared to our sister municipalities. So I'm not concerned that we're radically overcharging for water at this point, but 5.7% every year adds up pretty quickly over the years, and I think we've been there for at least 3, 4, 5 years now, and so I just want to be sure that it doesn't unnecessarily become overburdensome. The other question I have, and sorry, are there comments on that? No, I'll have
through the mayor, the realistic term of the expenses that Lachlan gave us and the pricing of infrastructure today is, I bet you, 50% more, or even, what do you think? No, but I know it's what it used to be able to do 7 years ago. I can guarantee it's over double. A water tower is 7, 8 million. Infrastructure, it's really gone up. Prices for all the pumps and anything to do with the water and sewer, the costs have really climbed since COVID.
I'll make a comment on that. My thing is the 5.7 is more on operational, where the 5 and 5 is more for future growth, where we need. So I think they're two separate. And as you mentioned, if it's around us, if it was where we were, but I think we're still. I've checked. We're still even lagging. So we're kind of catching up. I think we were very low. So is it all your Avonmore residents that are?
Exactly.
So no, go ahead.
Well, actually, that's an interesting question. The connection fees that we collect, can they only be used for capital? Can they be used for operational as well? Do we know?
Sorry, can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
The connection
Through you,
fees
Mr.
that we
Mayor.
receive, the $5,000 for sewer and water, can they be used to offset operational expenses or only be used for capital?
They're part of the entire budget. So like at the bottom line is that if there's excess funds, it goes to reserves. If there's money that needs to be taken, so it's just one big pool.
Okay, perfect. And so again, I'm not prescribing a specific solution. I'm just thinking, since we're looking at building a better plan, let's include the fees that we charge, and maybe it'll continue to say we need to keep the same rate. I don't know. The other question I have, and I think I've asked this question of Don, with wearing a different hat in a different committee, we've recently been through a very difficult drought, and North Stormont has had a number of private wells that probably higher than average in other municipalities. Are there any things that we've learned through the recent drought that might want to influence our plan looking forward on how we manage our well system, our water system, et cetera?
So as far as North Stormont's water systems, we didn't see as large of an impact on the municipal wells here as we did in some other areas. But we've implemented some additional contingencies in other areas that we could easily implement here if we needed. One factor that helped us was relatively early on, we started imposing water restrictions to keep the water use down and prevent unnecessary usage of the water system. And so that helped us to slow the decline in the static levels in our wells here.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that we can, based on your observations, we can manage this behaviorally. It's not like we need to beef up our infrastructure at this point, based on what you've seen from this current drought.
At this point, no. I mean, just cutting back on the water usage really helped us out as far as supply went here.
Perfect, thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Bergelli.
Actually, just to follow up on Deputy Dempsey's question there, I understand for the municipal water system, but what you were hearing and what I was hearing quite a bit as well is a lot of these are the private wells. And some of our neighboring municipalities have had to deal with the questions of what are the responsibilities of the municipality when it comes to these private wells drying up, because usually their first stop once the private well is empty or is run dry is they're contacting the municipality saying, what can you do? There was, we've had people say, oh, can't you send out the fire department and fill up our wells, like things that would be contaminating the water, clearly. But has there been any other look at contingency planning that can be shared with the municipality that can then be passed along to residents when it comes to these private wells?
So private wells are a little bit, they're more of a different situation. Typically, we would refer to the Ministry of the Environment or the Conservation Authority as far as maintaining their private water systems went. But it's the same thing. I mean, as we get into those drier conditions, and we're aware because we're declaring a level 1, level 2 drought through the Conservation Authority, residents themselves need to take note of that and start conserving their supply and not overusing the water to wash their vehicles or unnecessary activities like that.
So I think we're going away from budget into operational and stuff, so did you want to just add one more?
Well, I was going to ask him to explain to me again that $70,000. It sounded like you were saying that it was covered through some funding stream that was, I'm on page 24, right, the 70,000?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's on the very first line. It says ICIP funding. There's no budget, but there's actuals.
Revenue offsets the expense.
Yeah, but my question, I guess, then is, should that not, if that's not in the 2026 column as revenue that's already available, or where is that number so that it's not seen as a burden on taxation? Because there needs to be a revenue offset against the expense in 2026 in order for that to zero itself out, does there not?
I thought we were discussing, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, I thought we were discussing the actuals for 2025.
So the 25 actuals has 76,000.
Correct.
Is that being carried over to transfer into that 70,000 that is in the budget for 2026 as an expense?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the transfer to and from reserves is done at audit time after all the entries are done. So if there's excess funds, it will be going back to reserves if not needed for funding the actual generators there.
Okay, so let me back up a step maybe then. I was assuming that the $70,000 in the 2026 budget under Chrysler Water Capital, that was to fund a generator? Is that what that's for, or am I
This
missing?
one. That was the generator.
The generator was purchased last year, So what's the 70,000 for this year for capital spend in 2026?
Okay, I'll just look to pull up that slide.
You had 68 last year budgeted, now you have 70 budgeted.
Oh, that's good, thank you.
We're talking Chrysler.
Okay.
Combination of, I don't know specifically that line because there are a few lines, but it would be, this would make up your capital items. So there would be a, let's say, some sludge lagoon, generator replacement. Those numbers typically, sorry,
So Lachlan, on that line item, it mentions a carry forward of 203,000. So the 70 that's being put into, is that part of taxation or is that part of the carry forward?
so water and wastewater, there would be no taxation effect. It would just
Oh,
be
sorry.
transferred to it
It's
from
in-
reserves.
in the,
Yeah.
Fees, yes.
Yeah, in the fees.
It would be accommodated by the fees. Just looking at the,
So it's the
Yeah.
water capital from that
Just
list.
to top that up.
And I think
you-
that is the 70, the water portion. The,
yeah, it's a combination of
The
water
W.
maintenance, some of that too.
Oh, I
If
see.
I, so you have specifically distribution maintenance, hydrants and valves, 25,000, preventative maintenance, contingency repairs, electrical and instrumental upgrades, building and grounds, chlorine generator maintenance, UV appurtenances, operating authority audit, that's about 50,500. And then we have the VFD on well pump 2, which is 15,000, chlorine tanks at 2,500, and unit heater of 2,000, so that's 19,500, and that makes up your 70,000. That's on your worksheet, page 29.
Okay. Still, yeah, I think I get it, but I'm still struggling to see how it adds up to $70,000 for water specifically, and we have another one for capital, or for sewer, that's 255,000, but.
You said it
Okay.
was on the.
Through you,
blue
Mr.
sheet, eh?
Mayor, if you look at page, I have it as page 29. It's this sheet.
Okay.
You have at the top Chrysler Water Major Maintenance of 50,500, and then you have Chrysler Water Capital of 19,500. And they're the individual items that make up that total. Does that help?
Yes, it does. Yeah.
And I
Thank you.
apologize. I do apologize for not having the presentation have all of the minor items. I wanted to highlight the bigger items. But as we go back and forth, because like the small, like, I put every $1,000 item, this presentation would have,
Yeah, and I think the one thing that sometimes is complicating it for me personally is I've printed out, or you printed out for us, the original one. I've made all my notes. Now we have a new one, and it's difficult to kind of flip back and forth. So I appreciate the fact that we got it early, but they don't match, so it makes it difficult to flip back and forth. So just some feedback there.
no, that is, and we'll take that feedback because I would understand on that side of the table. We just want you to have the most recent information, and that may have caused confusion in this. And that is something we will certainly take back, and we won't do that to you again next council meeting or budget meeting.
Any further questions before we move off from water and sewer? Seeing none. So just one comment that was discussed. So I feel the allocation for, or the 5,000 for water and sewer, I strongly believe that should not be blended with, I know it's all going into the budget, but I would love to see where operational we operate. That 5, in my mind, would be more set aside for the future growth and stuff. 'Cause that's just something that, again, you get extra money put in your pocket. I'd rather put it away, because then it becomes where you throw it into your operational. Next thing you know, when you don't get it, you're dependent on it and it's not there. So I just feel that that line item should be the 10,000 for every new house or units going into the municipality should be identified, and not really, but I don't know if that is needed to run our operation, or if that's something that's set aside for, again, for future growth.
through the mayor, over the years, we always have been, that's a financial decision for them to make, really. But over the years, we've been budgeting for the operation and major capital, minor capital stuff, maintenance and stuff, and not, and as larger projects come up, that's council and finance's decision to make.
So capital, I understand, but when it comes to operational, I would like to keep those two separate. So with all this chatter we had, we didn't find a dollar to help us with our rate. So one final comment. Kim, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Because the water systems, water and sewer systems are basically a user-based system, all the costs associated with them are captured under one thing. At the end of the day, if we have surpluses due to connection fees, they go to the reserve so we can use them for future capital if needed or whatever the case may be. But it's a self-contained entity, and that's kind of the way it runs.
Yeah. No, but in the back of your mind, if we can try to, and that's where the 5.7 comes from. That's where the yearly cost of operating, we had to look at the 5.7% increase to maintain. That's where that number comes from, not really from additional household that comes in. Again, they will pay their percentage of that 5.7% once they're online, but the 10,000 can go, I believe, towards capital. But I know it's one system. Thank you. After all that being said, are we good with our water and sewer? So thank you very much, Don. You can stay with us all day if you wish, but if not, have yourself a good day. So are we jumping back now to building department?
We will move to building department.
Thank you.
So now that we're not jumping, it should have more of a contiguous flow, and thank you very much for accommodating the jump to water. Is everybody in a good spot on their notes? And we're online? Good, okay. So the building department. So this is page 39 of the updated budget from the agenda that was prepared. Okay, and maybe there would be some feedback into how this was presented PowerPoint-wise, so I'm glad to accept it. We tried something new, and I know that sometimes change is one uncomfortable and also it can be done better, so thank you. This is your building department. It shows you who is responsible for it. In this case, you have a CBO and you have an admin assistant. Accomplishments of 2025. Quite a bit of activity, 22 new single-family dwellings, 34 semi-detached dwellings, 4 duplex, triplexes, quadplexes, total permit value of $237,000, so quite a good year. We expect similar activity in 2026 because of north of Chrysler, north of Finch, and then some miscellaneous farm development. When we're looking at the budget, and we can always go back to the worksheets, so please do not hesitate to tell me to come back to the worksheets. I'm looking more at the changes. So increased revenue, we did increase the revenue to this department. We've been somewhat conservative over the past 2 years. It seems that we are being conservative again this year, but we still increased the revenue at $60,000. Expenses increased $15,000. Most of that was a $10,000 increase to transfer for a replacement of a fleet vehicle whenever that time comes. Otherwise, it's general CPI or little bits of inflation here and there. We have budgeted a deficit, and you'll see in 2024-25 there's a deficit. Again, 26, but we've in 2024 and 2025 actually had a surplus in that account. So despite all that, it is zeroed out. Because this department would be funded from reserves if it's not in a surplus position, or from the reserves opposite in the deficit. Sorry, I wasn't clear on that. If there's a deficit, it's funded from that department, and if there's a surplus, it goes back into those specific reserves. So not a ton to talk about because we're not changing the level of service, and because we expect the revenues to match. It's net neutral on taxation for this year. So if there's specific line items, we're glad to talk about them. Otherwise, this department is self-funded. It has been for 2 years. We expect it to be 3, which is pretty impressive at the lower tier. And if there are any questions specifically, we're here for you.
Any questions for Andre? Go ahead, Councillor McDonald.
Sorry, what's the reserve currently at for this department?
Okay, looking at the budget package, and I'll just jump. Maybe that's something that I can improve upon next year, would have the specific reserves under the specific items. So this question doesn't require, but the CBO reserve,
I see 278,580. Is that right? Am I reading it right as well?
that is correct, yes. So that would be on page 28 of your working document, and 278,580 is the accurate number, subject to some change because we haven't done year end. So it's a little bit of an estimate until we tidy that up. So there will be some variation, but not a bunch.
And just, you said that we're doing well compared to other municipal building departments. So just a shout out to Andre on that, and whatever you're doing, keep doing it. Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, right now, it looks like the transfer to reserves for actuals for 2025 will increase the starting point for 2026 by almost 59,000, so.
It does seem a little weird if we know, like, we're budgeting a deficit, but then we're pretty sure we're gonna have enough building permit revenue to not be in a deficit, like why we wouldn't budget for the revenue we think we're gonna have, I guess.
I suppose I saw traditionally that's somewhat what we did, so we bumped it up 60,000 because otherwise it would be even more that way. We can change that. Ultimately, it's solved in year end and it's changing no
doesn't-
revenue, but
Yeah.
there's no great reason for that, and maybe something we can just change the numbers around to reflect a higher revenue.
It's minor because it doesn't affect the taxation, I know. So anyway, thanks.
Good. Any other questions? Seeing none, I think because it's kind of neutral, there's not much and nothing's changed. It's still status quo, so I'm good with it. So we can, great work, Andre, and we can move to city economic development.
Thank you. Just if I may, can we go to
bylaw.
Bylaw, thank you. And again, everything through you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
So bylaw.
Before we go to bylaw, just to let people know, it's 10, so probably I'll go around 10:30. We're going to take a 10-minute pause and then get back just to let staff and council know. Go ahead.
Thank you. Similar to the building department, if you look at the last sheet of this one, you'll note that the cost has actually gone down over last year. So we're not changing services, but we'll go through a little bit about this department. Again, this is the one that's shared with fire. So you have Nancy Ann, who does both, and her administrative assistant. I'm not trying to, I think her license plate says Julie Mon, so Julie Mon Petit. The things we did last year were digital complaint system through Brecken, digitized ticket processing for Part 1 tickets. These were decisions taken and delivered. And really, because nothing has changed, there's not, like, from an administrative standpoint, unless we want to change something, it's costing you less to deliver the same system next year. If we want to get to the worksheets and you see something there, we're glad to talk about them. And this is just small again, because same services last year, a little bit less.
Any questions? I just have one, and I think it's through the whole thing, but if we look at revenues, when you got the bylaw enforcement property, where if you look at our actuals, we're sitting at zero, but every year after year we put, so is it because there is zero revenues coming in, or is it because it's not finalized?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor, the revenue depends on the fines and what's going on in the township and so forth. Sometimes we issue fines, sometimes the courts issue fines and pending the cases. And in this case, we have a few more in the escalated court system than we do in the office. So that would offset the revenues until we get what the court decides.
Which could be in the next
It
fiscal
could be in
year.
the next
Doesn't
fiscal year,
necessarily
yes.
have to fall. Perfect. So, and with that said, are you like to put it you had 4 last year, to put another 4 this year? It's in line with what you're anticipating?
Correct.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Densham.
I'd just like to dig into that one a little bit further, because at what point do they show up in our actuals so that we know that 4,000, and how long are they delayed in terms of the revenue that actually comes in? Because it's difficult. It just feels like it's it's a number, but we don't actually see the revenue.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the other issue is that, let's say, for example, it's also offsetting property standards. So if we have costs that are coming in and we find them back, charged back, that would come through my revenues as well. So there's different potentials. So we're preparing for, let's say, clean yards or property standards, and if we have to send a contractor, we'll charge back the owner. So those two things are being offsetted at the same time. And usually the courts, it's quarterly.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Oftentimes during the audit, which is be March, if there are fines that we have received in 2026 that pertain to 2025, a journal entry will be done to recognize the revenue in the correct year. So really, we have a leeway till March for the auditor to recognize the revenues for our financial statements at year end.
Okay, but I guess what I don't understand is why there's nothing in the 2024 actuals then? Is it not getting logged somewhere into the accounting system, or because again, I think it's fine. I'm perfectly fine with the 4,000 number. It sounds like we've thought it through. We understand how much revenue is coming in. That's a good projection. But it would be nice to have the evidence in the back years to be able to support, what we're estimating for the current year.
And on that same note, did we not incur cost on, say, for clean yard bylaws where we go in, did we do anything where we go in and clean up? We bill the homeowner, and again, we've got an expense. There's no expense line item that shows that, say, for that purpose. Have it happened?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, in 2025, we haven't had any contractors go into homes to clean yards as of yet.
And going back again to 2024, which we're still at zero for actuals, did we have any, because if we did.
We did. Oh, I'd have to check the records
So
for
it should
2024.
show an expense towards that we have to cover, and then we recuperate it, but
I'd have to verify where it's going through the finance system when we charge back the
and
homeowner.
would any fair, I believe we can throw it on the taxes if it's not, am I correct on that, or no?
Correct. Our
So-
bylaw allows us
So
to charge back.
for council to be aware of that we are getting covered, and we're not just, the taxpayers are paying for cleaning somebody's yard, and then we're not getting compensated back.
There are several cases where it was transferred to taxes, so I'm not sure how that would be recuperated in my cost center. But in those cases, we did have in the last few years where it was transferred to taxes.
With that said, Kim, so if something like that was to happen and it goes on, the taxes aren't paid whenever something happens, or does it get realigned to show that it's going into bylaw, or does it just get in, taxes are paid and then it goes deeper into the system, but what's the...
Through you, Mr. Mayor, what usually happens is we take the revenues or the costs out of the cost center and we attach it to the tax bill, and then it's collected as a normal tax. So if they don't pay whatever portion that is, it gets interest like taxes. So it could very well be, had been here, and it's been moved to taxation because that's where it's being collected.
And it wouldn't
So-
get identified
no,
in
it
the
would
revenue
not.
there, okay. Okay, I just, like, for the administration and the departments to be aware and acknowledge that, that we are getting cost recovery. Good, so go ahead, Councillor Shane.
Just one question, might be to do with the timing of our contracts, but on page 3 of our working sheets, under the bottom there, dog control contract and dog control officer. 2025 actuals, we had 12,000, and we've jumped up to 30,000 for 26. Is that just the timing of when we switched over to the Russell dog catcher?
There is the timing of it, and there's also a flat, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, there's also a flat rate. And so the invoicing was a little delayed in the third and fourth quarter, so we're seeing those changes. So we've just received an invoice. So the fourth quarter is not included in your 2025 actuals.
And just to be clear with council, am I correct on assuming that back in 2024, we had three different, so we had the 16,000, the 7,000, 7,000, which really, it was pretty much like a transfer from one service to the other, so there was not a big increase in cost for, so that's good to know. Any further questions? Seeing none, moving on to, I'll let
Okay.
Lachlan move on to our next one.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor, economic development is next up. This is something that I believe has come to council through Craig, our former CEO Calder, a number of times, so good for discussion for this budget meeting. Right now, we 2025 had a contract position. This budget includes a full-time person in there, and that was a change from your December 15th. That was a material change. There was no real big significant activity in 2025, so really the conversation's about keeping it in. We have it in there right now, so gone from 65,000 to 159,000, but we'd have the full-time body there if council wishes. There is, as I said, included, that's the breakdown of expenses for that particular position, should we wish to take it. I might want to stay there because I think the next slide is just a summary. Yeah, sorry. Clicked one too far. So that would be a big increase to the, just going to here. It'd be a $94,000 increase over last year. Levy change. So I suppose it's the will of council to have that position in there. It is in there. It's in the budget as presented. To you for discussion, because we don't have anything to talk about from 2025, really.
Yeah, so there's two ways. I'll start the discussion if you don't mind, and then I'll take additional discussions with council. So in my view, so we have economic development. The only thing I'd like to add is I'd like to add the communication part of it that goes along with it. So it's not just EgDev, it's EgDev and communication with regards to help from the counties as far as the communication would kind of get, that would be part of the 40,000 would get eliminated. And so that's one aspect of the description. I think from looking in the past, having the CAO or clerk CAO could be doable, but again, it's something I think that there's a need. We are understaffed at North Stormont. If we look at every other municipality around, being the smaller one, less funding, it makes it easy for us to just say, let's cut back here and there. I think there's value into having it. Chrysler, the way it's growing, Moose Creek will potentially, like we need a gas station in Chrysler. We need somebody to be proactively and sometimes occupying too much of our CAO's time is not the right fit. With that said, the 159 comprises the CIP grant of 35,000. My view is right now we're putting the horse or the cart ahead of the horse. It's kind of, I would prefer filling the position. We were not successful. We've tried on 2 occasions to fill that role. I think the intent of council was to have somebody in place. It's just to try to find the fit. My view is to try that one more time to see that, but the CIP can be possibly pushed to where a new person in that role could identify what's needed for CIP. There's still the IRP at the counties that needs to be worked on with our residents, our businesses. We're looking at filling space in the community center in Moose Creek, which right now I think there's stuff, it's moving along. We're having great conversation. Again, was through the counties, but if we have a person, there's development in Chrysler that they're retaining the services of just to try to fill some of the spaces. So there is value there, and it's easy just to let's cut back and say have, again, our CAO kind of take the role, which was a previous CAO's kind of role at the same time. So it's my opinion, but I'd like further comments coming from, so in my view, it's the 35 would remove close to 1% of our taxation, and at the same time fill the position, see where it would take us moving forward. So go ahead, Councillor Bajali.
Just a couple of things. So for our CIP, did we not have one successful applicant in 2025? More than one, because that's not being reflected in what actually came out.
Maybe the project may not be done, and therefore it's not paid out yet.
Okay, so that's not coming up as an actual for 2025. Just on the larger scale, and I've been a big proponent of, economic development officer since 2022. But in this case, I'm going to play the devil's advocate a little bit. In the sense, yeah, we're coming now into an election year. And I don't like using the term that we're a lame duck council, but we're kind of a lame duck council until such time as we have more direction from the electorate later this year. The will of whatever council is elected after October may be different. Are we going to see $86,000 worth of benefit in the community for an economic development officer in an election year? I don't know. I can't answer that. I think there's so much changing, not just within the township, but within our province and within our country as a whole. Is this something that we should be kind of? We had a partnership with the counties. Would this not be something that we may want to continue just for this short period until such time as a new council comes in, kind of a new direction? It is a large chunk of change. Like, that does have a significant impact on the overall budget. Are we going to hire someone tomorrow? No. Are those projections going to change with every week that passes before we hire someone? Absolutely, that will change. So what is the true value? I don't know. But I just for discussion's sake, I kind of want to play the opposite end on this and kind of get everyone else's views on, are we gonna recoup what we're putting into this position, bringing someone in, giving them a kind of an oversight of what we view and what our vision is, and then have that change on them in 5 or 6 months.
So before I go to other, so you mentioned the 86, but you also have to take into factor that we're dropping 40. So it's actually only 46. And if it's March, then we're losing 1/4 of the, so all of a sudden now we're dropping down to possibly an additional 30 to get the role with.
No, absolutely. But again, even the value, you kind of weigh off the value. Are we even getting the value from what we're paying to the counties for that 40 if we're not seeing revenue generated back to the township? So one way or another, we need to see that investment come back into our township, whether we're paying it to the counties or we're paying it directly to an employee. You'd still like to see some positive movement on that.
Go ahead, Councillor McDonald.
One clarification and comments, but the CIP that's budgeted here at 35,000, is that a CIP that we deliver? Is that what we send to the county to support the county RIP? This is our own, so there's the regional.
The 250
and there's, okay. Okay. So I think we have tried to do this position multiple times. And I personally don't feel like we've ever gotten value out of the position. And that's not just in this term of council, and that's not a reflection of any specific CAO or councillor. I just have not seen the value. I share the vision that we all have for the economic development and the priorities that are sitting untapped, including even just the rental space, but also GFL and farm businesses. And so I share the vision. I'm still really leery. So I think I would be more inclined to support, if the position stays in, something that is a shared duty, something where there's another concrete value to the municipality, like maybe communications or whatever, in my opinion, whatever the new CAO assesses as a need that we have. I'd like to leave flexibility for our new CAO to assess the needs of our staffing. So I'd be more comfortable if we clearly define that it has a dual role. But I do worry that if there is uptake on the CIP, I mean, we're putting money in people's pockets to actually do things on their business that is very concrete and tangible, and then taking that away and giving them, I'm not sure what. I'm not sure I see the value for people. So that was one of my questions. Is there uptake on our CIP? Are people using it? Is it effective? And I don't think there's a right answer to this. I think that, both of these things can be true at the same time. So.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Densham.
Yeah, thank you. And I share some of the frustration of the experience we've had over the last, well, pretty much for this term. I will say, though, that this was one of the strongest elements in our strat plan that was given, and the mandate that was given to us by the people of North Stormont through that strat plan as input, that we wanted to do that. So I want to be sure that we are exhausting our ability to do this and to do this successfully. I personally don't believe we've had a really good experience in terms of the economic developers that we've had in the role. I think there is a better approach and And I also think this, for just due to circumstances, I think it's a little bit of a time sensitive for an opportunity that may be available to us. So I still feel like we want to, I would want to support this. I agree with the mayor, CIP, it's too early. I said that last year during budget, but we wanted as a council to put some money together for CIP, which is fine. But the uptake on the CIP was very, very low. And the reason the uptake, in my personal opinion, was very low was because we didn't have an economic developer out there targeting the right businesses that would deliver the right value back to the ratepayers on that. I remember when I first joined council, I went door knocking and identifying businesses, and we exhausted the CIP. But we didn't have that momentum behind the CIP. So I agree. I don't even know whether or not the CIP, the $35,000 is the right place to put money at this point in time for who we are as a municipality. There may be far more effective things we can do for far less money. And that's why we need a good economic developer who can assess that. I also agree that economic development as a silo won't be as effective as if it would be coupled with communication. So pragmatically, it does financially make sense to blend the two, but I actually think strategically it's a better thing to blend economic development and communication, because I think that's what an economic developer needs to be for North Stormont, is somebody who's going out there who is telling people inside and outside North Stormont all of the great opportunity that exists. And we see the opportunity in the growth that we've been experiencing. So I firmly believe that the right economic developer could move North Stormont forward in terms of generating, identifying, and executing on economic development. I just don't think we've done it right in the past. So I would like to give it one more kick at this year. Again, do we delay it another year? My fear is that we've invested a lot of time and effort learning how not to do it, that I don't want to lose that. I think there's still an opportunity, and so I would like to see us carry forward, remove the CIP, let the economic developer tell us whether that's the right way to go and to justify it. Because sorry, I'm getting a little preachy here, but I don't think simply giving money to businesses is what we should be doing on behalf of the ratepayers if there's no return on investment. And that's something that the last round didn't do. We said, let's run a CIP. Let's give money away. We have no idea whether or not there's going to be any return on investment. I have been a part of the RIP where we calculated the return on investment for the ratepayers, and I think the ratepayers deserve that. So again, my thinking is, let's see if we can't get the right person in one more time, and if we can't, then there's something that's just not working.
I think our CEO Brownlee was mentioning, so he's got information in regards to the ongoing CIP presently. So
Yeah, so through you, Mayor, just to give it a quick update, we did have one successful in a previous round. We're just in the final stages of confirming the work was done, and so that doesn't reflect in our current budget because we haven't received, it hasn't flowed out of the budget. And we have one applicant for the round that just finished on December 31st that we'll need to work through. But if memory serves me, I think it's in the $3,000 to $3,500 request. So it'll be less than $5,000 will be reflected in that CIP for the entire 2025 year. So that'd give you a sense of what the uptake is on that.
And I think we had 16 allocated for CIP, I believe the 2024, if I'm not mistaken. 15. And I think the first take, there was no takers, like it was, because I think rec, we're starting to see if, is there an appetite where we can jump in on this? So it's not something that's a make or break if you get an $1,100 towards your sign, where if you look at the RIP where you get a maximum of up to 50, well, the 50,000 now brings in where somebody will build possible 250,000 investment, getting 50. All of a sudden now it equates to $300,000 return on investment. So, right? Which exactly. So, but again, I was not one to believe in economic development. I think Steve grew over the years as slowly, because I was always thinking that, okay, well, we're not getting value, but seeing, I think, what's taken place. I've had many discussions with other elected officials where they're telling me how great this is and how, so I'm starting to kind of fall into, okay, we need something to move forward, and which would possibly be to our advantage. So again, it's one person, but I think taking out the 35, if we alleviate the 40 from present budget to accommodate the, and again, the time lapse, it's not going to happen. Well, it hasn't happened on January 1st, so it will be something that will be, and my belief again is if we post and if we don't get a right candidate, I'm prepared to now let's look at other avenues. But right now I would go and try to get one more kick at the can would be my thoughts. So any further questions?
Does staff need any more direction than that? Or do you need a straw poll to see how, or can we leave that for the next meeting to say, here's how we can paint this, and we make the decision the next time we meet?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we can do it either way. If there is an intention of council as a whole, or three really, to get the vote across, then glad to do it now. We can reflect it on, I have an Excel spreadsheet that I can pull up during one of our breaks or coming in or out of one of the breaks to show changes. So we can do that. And additionally, there was a comment made that this position won't be the full year. We do have it budgeted full year. That is probably saving next year, right? So if it is 3/4 of a year this year, next year will be a full position. So we wanted to give you the full cost because we can decrease it to show 3/4 of a year. It just, there will be a little, like not a surprise, but there will be a top up for the full year next year. So we can, if council's position is to proceed with the position, that's one thing. Two, CIP would be, can be determined now or at a future meeting. And then three, whether you want to have it reflected in the budget as a full year position or like a 3/4 year, because those things will all affect the budget. So
for the sake of just putting a potential decision on the table, I would vote for making it 3/4 of a year and take the CIP off the table. But still have the position.
just through you, Mr. That's a straw poll. Yes is the, it seems the support. I just want to make sure I have.
And that would be for EgDev and communication combined. So
Okay, so 35,000 taken out, 3/4 of the year position. We'll get that update whenever the next break will be. We'll put it up and we'll come out of the break showing you what the changes up to wherever we are.
the impact of would be, and again, it's our first draft. There will be others that you'll be coming back to us. So without having it at lunchtime, if we can, we're documenting it, and I think by the end of the day, we can kind of get an idea without having your spreadsheet up to date to give you time to do it properly. So.
I can have that to you. Once we take a break,
Yeah.
it'll take 5 minutes.
Okay, that's perfect. Okay, so go
Through you,
ahead.
Mr. Mayor. I don't know if there's been consideration, because I don't know where this person's going to sit, but we don't have a desk, and we probably don't have a computer for them, so we should probably put some additional costs in. So although we'll reduce the position to 3/4 and take out the 35, we're going to probably have to add like 5,000 for a desk, computer, and a phone.
Which is minimal, and yeah, we'll have to make that work. So, perfect. Thank you. So before we move on, any further questions? So seeing none, what's our next
It would be fire, Mr. Mayor.
fire? It's what time is it now? It's 10:29. So let's take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and deal with fire. Thank you, Nancy. Welcome back. So we are moving right along. So Lachlan, if we can jump on to fire, please.
If I may, just, we do have the changes and the effect they've played, if you don't mind, Mr. Mayor.
Perfect.
Okay, through you, and I'll try to zoom this in as best I can. Please do let me know if you can see it. Just gotta locate the mouse on the. Oh, goodness. Okay. So we made the changes as per council so far. This is at the local level, so you'll see the numbers there, but we'll focus more on the end. So 35,000 out for the CIP, about $25,102 out for the 3/4 of the year, 5,000 added for PC desk, etc. Then the number changes just below here. This would be the local rate. That's the levy. Again, that's your growth component. We'll scroll down to the number we're driving at, which people fill in their pockets. It started up. Okay, that's a good, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Densham. I will read them all. So I've read the changes. So the decrease in levy requirement in dollars has changed from 466 to 411. Those are thousands of dollars. The local tax rate portion has changed from 10.13 to 8.68, and growth is about 2% of that, which maintains steady. So when we're looking at the blended rate, what people see in their pockets, counting the counties, ourselves, and education, it was at 5.87. It is now at 5.37. So this is where we now stand, 0.5% reduction in overall taxation.
Good. With that said, if we can jump on with fire.
Okay, and thank you, and again, through you, Mr. Mayor. So fire, similar to bylaws, it's 2 employees that are split between those 2 departments. That's what you have here. Projects that got done in 2025, pilot project to train with 3 other municipalities, which is great because as you know, the training burden has been pretty large over the last several years, so it's nice to see your fire department working with others to basically save a little money and do higher quality, or if not save money, just deliver higher quality so your residents are better served. There was smoke alarm day, and the records were digitized in 2025. A general overview of what you have in your fire services is 4 stations, 80 active members. I guess you can say like 60 to 80 depending on when the recruitments are in the year. 8,000 residents and 1.5 billion of assessed value protected. Fire planning for sustainability. In looking at that, and this little chart is just napkin math. It's not based on anything significant, but when you look at the buildings, the pumpers, the tankers, and rescues you have, and you divide it by however many years they will survive, a sustainable investment is $490,000 per year. We do not have that in the budget. That would not be realistic to increase that in one given year, but it gives you that kind of goal of like where you want to be and how you get there over. You can do it 5 years, 10 years. There's many ways, but just to be aware of it. We do have $110,000 in and out, so that would be going into the reserve and then out to pay for the pump, the vehicle, the fleet vehicle that is in there, included in this budget. So as we look at the major items, aside from operations, and I will give credit, I should have said this earlier, some of the operating items are not focused so much on because not much has changed. We're still delivering the same service with the same people. If you want to jump down into and I'll say this every time, into the worksheets, do let me know. Glad to do it. This presentation will focus on the bigger items. There's 28,000 for bunker gear, 9 items, 5,000 for 10 helmets, 5,000 for wildline personal protection equipment at 10, bunker gear. I think some of this is related to an OFM grant, so that's why I separated it. Instead of showing 14, like the 9 comes from taxation, and you'll see on your right side under notes that the 5 bunker gear are offset by an Ontario Fire Marshal grant. 34,500 of extraction equipment, mostly paid off, and you'll see on the side there, 30,000 offset by the grant, and then the full amount for the rest of the wildland PPE is offset. The big item for discussion probably would be this Station 1 pumper. Right now it would be offset by $299,000 from the GFL donation. We would be decreasing our reserve quite heavily there by $321,000. So that wouldn't affect it. So if we're looking at the effect on taxation this year, if we take a different decision other than to do this pumper tanker, it would be the $110,000 that is to the reserve and out of the reserve. So you can effectively remove that reserve transfer and say no, and that would be $110,000 saved. So that's kind of what you're looking at for 2026 taxation. And then I guess the 123 is just to make 730 round. So I suppose perfectly accurate is $110,123 effect on taxation for 2026. You'll note that I did include items not in the budget, and I hope that does not bother you. I wasn't trying to focus too much on like what's not in, what's in. It's just to show you that there was quite a bit of work done in addition to on the operations side. We were quite tight with former CEO Calder and current CEO Brownlee to present to you a number that's realistic. So these are items that are upcoming. I had asked Nancy Ann, and I'll use first names because I'm not great with last names. I hope you don't mind. Is these items were in the budget at one point. They were removed because we need to present to you a realistic budget that you can digest and present to the CEO so he can be strategic with it. So these items were not identified as priority one items, so they were taken out, but they are items that will be on your radar and ones that if we had unlimited funds would have been in this budget. So with that, the budget for fire specifically would go up 3.77%. So if you want to jump into worksheet questions or questions on major capital items, we're glad to receive them now. Nancy Ann will provide any comments or detailed comments.
Thank you, Lachlan. So I'll start with council. So I'll take any questions from the members. Any? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Densham.
Just the radios and pagers. I can't remember, is that a lease rate? Is that an ongoing rate that we expect to see every year? Or are we buying new or a combination of the two?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this is lease rates. We have contracts as well for maintenance of our towers, equipment, and inspections on a yearly basis, but they're all contracted on lease. We do have some that we own currently, and that's where we're at.
Have it highlighted, the radios and pagers. So, because the pagers, was there not a complement of full new pagers that were purchased for
Yes, and that's part of all the lease. So there was two separate contracts. We had another contract last year when we added some radios and pagers, and the original contract when the previous CAO Calder started, there was a huge contract. So that's part of that contract as well.
But was it a lease on the pagers, or was it not ownership
It was a lease, sir.
for pagers?
Yes.
So basically, the 27, is that an ongoing
It's an
operational
ongoing, yeah.
number?
Yes, sir.
Do you want to add to that, or does that answer
No,
your?
that answered my question on that one. And can you explain the software and purchase data, et cetera, as well, please?
Absolutely. Through the chair, last year we had scheduled some purchases of iPads in order to facilitate the transfer to digitization to the fire services. This purchase was put in via a certain cost center, and unfortunately, to my shame, the treasurer highlighted that it was not in the right cost center. It should have been in software, so it increased our purchase and our actuals in softwares. But software includes the digitization of the fire services. So we have currently no management system. We started last year. We have been progressing. This year we're starting new. We're starting to go live, and it'll be a sole progression of going live, and it'll include our training division as well.
So, sorry, can you walk me through the first part in terms of it not being in the right place? Was it covered in the 2025 budget, and there's now, are we budgeting again for it in 2026?
No,
Sorry,
no,
I didn't
sir.
follow that.
The purchase was done, so you'll see that cost center is a little higher than it should have been. We do have an increase because we're adding a module to our current, to our current, sorry.
You said that cost center will be higher than expected, which is the 23,000 actuals for 2025 versus the budget for 2025?
So I'm not sure, as you can see, software and purchases, the actuals are higher. And if that was your question, we purchased some equipment that was actually budgeted in 2025 in a different cost center. when the invoices were filed with the Treasury Department, the Finance Department, it was noticed that it was in the wrong cost center. So they switched it into the software cost center, which is the actual cost center that it should have been in. So that's what happened with the actual, if that
Okay.
was your question.
Actually, I was focusing more on 2026, but
Oh,
that
okay,
also
sorry.
implies therefore that if we had budgeted for that expense,
Mm-hmm.
should the budget not also be transferred into that cost center so that they both balance out?
So my budget for 2026 doesn't reflect the purchase. It just reflects the software,
I'm back on 2025.
just everything for 2026. The purchase in 2025 was actually, to me, it's more hardware than software, but that was the conversation. So for 2026, there is a small increase in the budget for an additional module into this software package that we're using in the fire services that was discussed last year's budget.
So I think Deputy Mayor Denham's question is, the budgeted item on 2025 and the actuals are doubled. So you had
Correct.
12,000, you went to 25. You're
Correct.
saying those actuals is because they took it from another line item that was moved to there?
Correct, yeah.
Should the budgeted item for 2020 also not move to it to add to the 12 to balance it out?
So we did move a portion of the 2025 to balance out because there was a missing cost, but the other one was purchased. So there's a one-time purchase that was done. It doesn't need to reflect in 2026. And then whatever needed to be moved got moved into the 2026 budget.
Your mic is, or Nancy, one of you, okay, go ahead, Kim.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. We don't tend to move budgets unless council advises us to move budgeted amounts. Because what people tend to do is they charge things to where there's still budget, even though they're in the wrong spot. And you shouldn't be doing that. So you charge things to where they should be charged. Other budgeted items, budget line items, will be under because it shouldn't have been in that line item. Overall, you should be fairly within line, but we don't change the budget. To actually physically change the budget amount, I have to go to council and say, I want this budget increased by 2,000 and this one decreased by 2,000. The biggest point is people need to charge where they should be charged to, because for future budgets, you need to know if things need to be increased or decreased accordingly and reallocated. So although it got charged to this line item, this is where it should have gone, even though the budget may have been elsewhere.
So where is the budget? In what line item is the budget for the difference then that I can refer to?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, it was originally identified in each vehicle. So it was in the vehicles. These purchases were for the vehicles, and I actually had put them in as a vehicle expense in 2025. So if you look at the maintenance for the vehicles, for the rescues, the pumpers, and the tankers, they were divided up in that section.
And to your comment, Kim, I understand finance knows, like you want, it goes where it goes, and you know that. For council, we're just seeing where, okay, we doubled our expenses versus what we had allocated, and that's where it's just a fair question by council for that purpose. So.
Okay, so I can see, I don't know whether or not the actuals for 2025 in the maintenance areas, which fall right below that, that's what I'm assuming anyhow, if they're complete for the year, then I can see it kind of adding up to that, so I'm okay with that. If they're not complete, then it looks like we're still way over budget. But now I'd like to shift my attention over to the 2026 budget for the software purchase and data, which is $21,000. Did we discuss the upgrade in the fire committee meeting and agree to that? I don't remember having that discussion.
We didn't discuss it in the fire committee meeting. We discussed it at the last budget meeting, that there would be an increase and we would increase the module. It would be in phase 1 and 2.
It's just we're spending $50,000 almost over a couple of years in software, and I'm not sure what it's buying us in terms of savings.
So maybe elaborate the module that you're saying. What does it entail, module?
Can I just ask a question to finance?
Sure.
wasn't. Okay, I just wanted to clarify something, sir. I'm sorry. So the software, I'm just gonna have, because somebody could pull it out, because I know that that includes all our software for the who's responding. It includes, she's gonna pull it out for me exactly what it includes. And I'm sorry I wasn't ready for it. But the new software that we are using for these fire services, I believe, just give me a minute here. I'm just gonna go back to it. Yeah, that's gonna be the approximate cost of all the software that we use in this fire services.
And again, is that ongoing software cost year after year, or is that
Yes,
where
sir.
we're purchasing something?
No, that's the yearly cost, sir.
Again, it's just, what benefit are we getting for $20,000 a year?
So
I know
this-
we've kind of had that debate in the past as well, but we've also experienced some of our software experiences have not, we spent money and we have not received the value that we hoped and that we would expect from past software purchases. So
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this software is a data retrieving software. It's being used on a daily basis. That's why we're going to be using to respond to calls, generating all the data from the calls. It's also going to be tracking all our training. It's also going to be tracking all of the fire services, equipment, maintenance, which we don't have currently. So if there's any information required for any investigation or any training requirements that we need to meet or maintenance that we need to meet, that's where it's going to be. Right now, it's a bit scattered, and it's on paper here and there. And the enthusiasm in the services about using this service as well has been very welcoming, and it's been very welcomed.
Just so you mentioned, what's the app for
Who's Responding?
What is the cost of Who's Responding in that
Who's
21?
Responding currently is at $3,000 a year, and that's being phased out over the next little while. So they currently have it, and that's being phased out.
Any further? Go ahead, Councillor Bajelli.
I just wanted to look at the maintenance on the pumper tanker and the rescue maintenance. Just looking at the numbers historically over the last 3 years, kind of where we're sitting and where we're trending on this. Back in 2024, we were budgeting about 35,000. Ended up, we were in the positive by about 8,000. It didn't cost nearly that much. Same thing happened in 2025. We actually upped the budget to 46,000 for maintenance and only did about 36,000. So about 10,000 under. Now we've jumped it considerably for this fiscal year to 62,000 in maintenance, whereas historically we're undershooting. Are we over projecting here, and that number's growing like that? That's a pretty big gap when we're looking over the last 2 years.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, as stated, we have our internal mechanic, and that's increasingly unavailable to us, and we've been using a third party more and more, and their cost has increased tremendously in the last 2 years as well. So I am trying to project our regular maintenance, notwithstanding and that's including all our pump testing, all our testing that needs to be done through Battle Shield. That includes the third-party mechanics, which we've been using a little bit more, which I'm anticipating using more next year.
A little concern when because this all adds up, obviously, right? We're trying to find where we can, and when it comes to that, I kind of look at the historicals and where are we trending on that, and we tend to be undershooting consistently. So this is, like I said, a pretty significant jump between those three items.
In understanding third party, are we still, though, trying to identify as much as we can what can be done in-house versus, like, is that still being looked at, or is it basically we're removing ourselves from in-house and doing everything third party?
As much as I can, I will use our in-house mechanic. If there's any jobs that he can't do, he will recommend a third party. His availability is problematic. So that's where we're increasing our costs. So I'm I understand that availability is an issue, but upon his recommendation will we send to third parties.
And this third party, is that specific to Battle Shield, or could that be?
Like our MTO, our safeties now have to be done differently because MTO changed their rulings. So we're going to a different party. It's a licensed mechanic. It's a license through a Ministry of Transportation. So that tripled our costs for every vehicle. So we have 11 vehicles whose cost has been tripled for those. But no, they are local mechanics and/or specifically for what the problem may be.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Densham.
Just on that same topic, so we're talking about the mechanic that's in Public Works, and if to engage somebody to work on fire equipment is way more expensive in terms of engaging a third party versus engaging a third party for the Public Works vehicles, might it be better to if we're experiencing a lack of manpower, may it be better to outsource some of the public work stuff and give priority to fire if fire contractors are far more expensive than regular municipal vehicle support. So I don't know, Blake, if you follow what I'm saying there, but whether or not that's an option.
Through the chair, Chris, and I mean, we can't prioritize less. Like if there's snowing, obviously Public Works needs to go out, and I understand our priorities as well as fire, and we're trying to balance the two. We're going to look at the numbers this year very tightly as to what can be done and what shouldn't. Our mechanics are the same as what Public Works would be using. The third parties are regular mechanics. They're very limited for, the pump section is very limited.
With regards to what I think council's looking at is just collaboration between in-house departments.
Correct.
Looking after what can be done and maintaining as best as we can to
yes.
reduce costs. Good. Go ahead, Councillor McDonald.
Okay, so there's a pumper for Finch in 2026. I think it's Finch.
Correct.
And then we're taking the reserve down to, I don't know if it was like $3,000 or something at the end of the year to do that. And we have a grant. And then in the capital summary that Kim had provided to us, in 2027, there's another 400,000 projected. I know it's probably not accurate, but it's a broader concern of like bringing that reserve down to zero. It looks like in 2027 was another big capital year, and is that problematic for the requirements of that department to maybe not be able to do that? Oh.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I was not here for most of the budgeting discussions, and that 10-year plan was basically drafted yesterday. So whatever did not get pushed through for 2026, I have simply moved to the year 2027. So it may not be totally accurate of where it's sitting, but if you take a look at fleet as well for capital, it has a huge bump for 2027 because there's things on there that got pushed. So in reality, I don't think we can do all of them. Even if we went to long-term debt for all those expenses, it's a big burden.
Yes, subsequent. How do we fund the fire reserve, and is there a strategy or plan in staff's mind to get that reserve back up so we can make another purchase when it's required?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we we always try to put monies to reserves. The problem is that's one of the easiest things you can cut to keep your tax rate down. So, for example, last year, I think the budget originally came as I'm going to say it was $100,000 to the fleet reserve. It got knocked down to 31. So we're trying to be responsible and keeping our tax rate affordable to the residents. And I understand it. It's a balance for sure, especially with the cost of living right now. So sometimes the best goals are to increase these reserves, but in reality, it's a tough pill to swallow.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Densham.
Just a general comment, and I promise Nancy, and I'm not picking on you. It's just that we're in fire at this point in time, but this is a holistic statement. When we went through the early preamble of the pressures that we're experiencing, one thing that was missing was one of the benefits that we've experienced over the last 5 years, which is the GFL. 5 years ago, we were getting about $600,000. Now we're getting $1,600,000. So effectively, that's like, in order to realize that $1 million, we, over the last few years, we would have, over the last 5 years, had to increase taxes by 25, 28% in order to make up that money. And I've always looked at that as an opportunity, that the GFL money coming in and the fact that it's raised as an opportunity for us to put more money into reserves. But it feels like, to your point, Madam Treasurer, we're never seem to be able to put enough money into reserves, and I think we should. So I just want to be sure, because when we look across some of these categories, we tend to, and I think it's because we can, because of the benefits of the additional revenue we've received, we tend to kind of overestimate in a lot of areas, which is great because you get a surplus at the end of the year, assuming we're not spending sloppily. But I wonder whether or not we need to be careful to tighten up, even at the lowest level, make sure that we're not overestimating and creating too much padding to the point where it eats up our opportunity to take some of that money and put it into reserves, because we only have that GFL money for a certain period of time. So, like I say, we've experienced, in addition to the taxation increase that we placed as each budget year on the ratepayer, we've increased 20 to 30% more money, more revenue coming in. And I just want to be certain that we're looking at that wisely and spending it wisely, and not being less conservative than we should be in how we're projecting some of our expenses into the year.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, sorry. I don't know, it seems like the GFL money was like a gift and was used to offset operating costs when operating costs started getting higher and higher, when in reality it probably should have been kept as a separate reserve strictly for capital. So if you need a new roof on your arena or whatever, it's a gift, right? Hasn't been treated that way, and I don't know how to correct it at this point in time. But we have kept our tax rates low in the past because we had that money to rely on, and maybe it shouldn't have been viewed that way. I don't really have a comment there. But in this day and time, I know there's discussions over development charges because we have development happening in this community, and we do not have the funds to provide additional services to these growing communities. So hopefully that goes through to help us get extra revenues so we can start, upping our fleet, upping our fire services to meet the needs of the community.
Which is a good point. So, well, before I go, any other further questions? See none, so I only are, the ones that were asked were highlighted on my sheet, so I was in the same kind of thought as the other members. Sorry, Lachlan, you want to go ahead?
I just wanted some clarification on one item because it was brought up from two members of council. I don't think a decision was taken on it, or maybe the decision was to just continue it, and I'm not trying to. So through you, Mr. Chair, I'm curious, as I think there was some conversation about the maintenance and whether to leave it status quo or not, and I just want to make sure, because the point was the actual values in, say, 2024 were 26,000. In the final budget, they were 30. In the budget, they were 35, and then last year it was 46, and actual was 36, and this year it's 64. So I just don't want to miss that part of the conversation if that was something that wanted to be discussed.
I think I can relate. So basically what we're saying is the need, but at the same time, if those numbers can be reviewed and kind of between comments that were made about collaboration and about could be something to say, okay, you know what, we can, and I think the staff is better fitted to identify more in the specific areas if we need the full 62 or 64 versus the 36 or 38 or whatever that was actuals of 2025. So does that answer your question? Council's comfortable with that? So Nance, one is air management where we have 10.5. Was that the Russell Cascade system, or is that a new, because I thought we had purchased that not through this year's budget. So what's the 10,500 part of the air management?
That's the maintenance of our air tanks We do have to redo a lot of our air tanks this year to the inspections. That's still done outside sources. We have the inspections of the packs themselves and the inspections of the air system as well. So this is maintenance for all the equipment that we have for air management. And we've used them more frequently this year than anticipated, so they got tested pretty.
When you say we've used them,
They've been more increased. There's been an increase in call volume this year. And I will bring those stats into council meetings in the next little while.
but does that not fall under like hydrostat testing and stuff,
Yeah,
which
and
is
and all
5
those-
years?
Yes, we've been doing all those years, and that's what we're up to. So those, and we have aluminum tanks which don't expire, which reduces the cost. So, yeah, so this year is a hydro testing of a lot of our tanks.
Because on one side you say it reduces the cost, but on the other, it seems like we're going up and up and up
Yeah.
on everything. So when
Yeah.
you look at the past where you've got 4,000, actual 2,000, 4,000, now we got 10.5. We bought this Cascade system from the Township of Russell, was like perfect. Now we got great, well, it didn't just increase the 11,000 from 2024. Now we're increasing 10,000 from, so again, it's just that escalation of which is trying to identify where we can,
Correct.
because filling our tanks like where we used to, I know it's probably much better now with in-house, but there was hardly no cost of, there was no $10,000 when
No.
we were getting more wood or the dealing with that. So again, it's everywhere we can kind of, okay, what can we do to maintain this to stay? Next one is vehicle, equipment, gas, diesel. If we take $3,000 with a fleet of 11 trucks, so we anticipate to put $272 of fuel in each truck for the whole year.
To the chair, this is a very sensitive topic because we gas up, except for one truck, at the garage through the Public Works, but we haven't been charged back. So we're not sure.
I know
how
it's
to
coming out
manage-
of the
yes,
same pocket.
It's the same, yeah.
But should we not be just identifying so we have a tracking of what's the fire service? So that's something, like we have a counter, we have Blake with that. Is there a way that can be at least given the finance department the share of the fire service? Or is it more complicated than I think?
No, I'm sure our system can do that. It's administration to break the things down and stuff where sometimes you look at it, then they don't use it a lot. I mean, we don't track it, so I can't tell you how much they use. But how much administration you have to do to track just that being paid by the same.
My thought would be
Yeah.
just to understand, is it, I know it's not 3,000, but is it 10? I would just be curious to see, once we know, I mean, a fire truck can sit there, look at the mileage on the trucks, they don't move all that much, but just training and so on, it's something I'm just curious to see what.
Yes, we can implement that and get it started this year to see what we're
Without
actually
accuracy,
using.
just something to we can kind of identify. So go ahead, Deputy Mayor. I'll go to Stephen and Nancy.
I just want to agree wholeheartedly with you. I think we need to account the cost, even if it's an estimate, like even if you self-reported from the fire department every time, it would be better than not showing it, even if it was not 100% accurate. And I will have the same comment on snow removal for rec, and there may be other areas, because what I find is that Public Works, out of the generosity of their big heart, they tend to want to help out different groups. But then all of a sudden, all of the expense goes to them. And then when we say, why is your budget growing so much? No, you need to trim it down. We just put added pressure on Public Works. So 100% on this and potentially other things, we need to account for the money where it's being spent, even if it's the best estimate, in order to reduce the administrative cost.
And it could be done as a best estimate.
Yeah, without having to
not
spend more
generate-
time on the admin part to try to identify. That's not what we're just kind of looking to get a sense of. So I'll go to Nancy and then.
Through the chair, my apologies. We stopped tracking because we went to FOBs, because they have a system to track the gas. So every time we go gassing up, there's a fob we use, or supposed to use, in order to track which truck goes to what. So I am not sure how I'm supposed to track that because it's done through their system. So I will start back as of this year to track down manually if the system's not working. I was under the impression it was.
Kim, and then Blake.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I can make a suggestion here. We can take a look at last year's fuel consumption and say 20% should be going to fire. Just make it 20% to go to fire. We do the same thing with.
I don't think it'll be 20.
No, but you know what
yeah,
I'm saying.
yeah.
Like, we do the same thing with our postage meter. We charge a certain percentage to water because the water bills go out. It's not a etched in stone thing. It's not taking huge amount of administrative burden to figure it out. So we'll take a look at maybe last year or 2025's, figure out the percentage and just move a percentage at year end. And then there won't be this excessive burden on administration, and we still have it being charged where it needs to be charged.
So at the end of the day, I shouldn't say I don't care. I'm just saying I would like to have an idea, just to kind of, because I know 3,000 guaranteed is not cutting it. So that's good. So it's just a comment on that part. Other than that, I think I'm pretty much covering my federal government, so I'm good. So if we see no further questions, Lachlan, go ahead.
Thank you. We'll move on to the next one per you, Mr. Mayor, and we'll get that administratively. We'll look again at these the maintenance things and come back to you when we go to approve the budget. We'll see if we can find those monies, and if we can't, we'll let you know, and if we can, we'll let you know too.
Just before we move on, one thought that was going through my mind is I see bunker gears. We got some funding, so we got 9 and 5. Helmets, we're getting 10 and 10 and 10 is not too bad. I know there's sizing in when it comes to bunker, but the more we can go towards 8, 8, 8, because I know there's the 10-year lifespan, so we're not dealing with 8, which is more of a capital, or sorry, it's still capital, but it could fall under sort of operational. We get 8 bunkers a year, and we rotate them out from the 80 suits, say, that we would have. So if we buy, for example, I think 1 year we bought 40 helmets. Well, 40 helmets are going to come due all at the same time. It becomes another massive capital expenditure. So the more we can go and run where we follow the timelines of the legislated stuff is best. So that, again, is just a comment to try to keep that tracking. So good. Go ahead, Lachlan.
Thank you. So then we'll move to general government. General government for this municipality has the deputy clerk, CAO, and then the finance department. Some accomplishments that we had in 2025 were we moved to this new office, very, very professional, completed transfer of files to SharePoint, and if I may just make a comment, probably the best file system on SharePoint that I have seen. So well done there. Congratulations to everybody who made that happen. It's hard to do. Ongoing digitization of processes, 10-year capital plan that Kim has prepared and again prepared this year, and then website upgrades were complete. The big highlights and changes here, well, it's an election year, so you'll see money coming out. A new generator, if approved, that's to make this a part of the emergency plan to make it viable for that as your location. In addition, our transition to new CEO, who's sitting right here in front of you. So the emergency center generator, it's $89,000. We have $50,500 from the reserves. Basically 39,000 was, we're hoping for a grant. We were unsuccessful for our first grant, but I believe there's another grant out there right now, and it would be funded that way, so that wouldn't have much to do with taxation. PC replacement schedule continues at $10,000. Debt servicing for the new hall, so as I said, it's $16,000 more than last year because it wasn't for the full year last year. $26,000 in duplication of salary, not like to make the transition easy and allow for the continuity of corporate knowledge. One thing that we did, and if I can move this slide, is we haven't recognized SUPs and omits revenue historically, and as per this conversation today about being a little more tight, this is money that we are pretty sure we're going to get. It is a little bit, we're still going to use it conservatively because like SUPs, all the information is there, but basically like building new houses or building a garage, we know that's going to happen to a certain extent. We just don't know how much. So we added $35,000 to revenue. We believe this is modest and achievable. If council wishes not to do this, it would put that on taxpayer, the burden, but I imagine that's not. But if you have any thoughts on that, glad to take it out. But that would be a detriment to the budget. So the general budget overall is up 6.5%. The big item here, outside of going through your worksheets, would be that 70,000 of EDP money. No, sorry, GFL money. Sorry, has not been discussed. It is in general government. So if there is a decision there's a few recommendations that administration has here. You can decrease your burden on taxation. You heard the call for please putting it on fleet reserve, but you can use that in any way you wish. So I think if there was a point in time that we're asking for the 70,000 to be discussed on that, it would be here and how council wishes to use it, and then we can get into the working notes as we go. And I believe that Kim has a comment.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just want to bring something to council's attention. It's under, it's on page 9. It's the second line under meetings and conferences. That's been reduced by $4,500 for 2026, which means basically the CAO gets to go to 2 conferences and there's no staff development elsewhere. I would like that increased so that we can continue with promoting conferences. We have a new deputy clerk who hasn't been to one, which I think would be beneficial. And the deputy treasurer and myself, MFOA is a very valuable conference to attend. And actually, it's really good because the county usually provides transportation, so it's cheap. But $5,000 for the whole administration department is not adequate. Through you, Mr. Mayor, probably double that to 10. And that would be providing professional development for conferences for 4 staff members. Through you, Mr. Mayor, it is the second one, 1/4/10/50/1700 on page 9.
Yeah, so on page 9, the third line from, or second line from the top.
I guess I can turn my mic on, with this fact that the new CAO, a lot of it has to do with building your networking, meeting people and understanding. So there's so much value to that, and as well, when council members are at a conference, I believe that having your CO present is big. And then for staff, no different. It's just you want to promote. We're moving forward. We're growing, and I would support going to 10. Councils, and go ahead, Steve, or Deputy Mayor Denchen.
Yeah, I support that, absolutely. I'm just wondering, under the early expense items on page 8, about halfway down the page, $5,000 discretionary funds council, if we can talk about that, because I don't understand what discretionary funds council is and why we increase it from 1,000 to 5,000.
If I may, there is a burden to, a financial burden, I believe, for the warden. I believe that's what that was. It was to increase, because you will have, for OGRA, there will be increased expenses, as I believe STNG hosts that, and some of those come down to the local level. So it's to accommodate the warden serving the community in that case. So that's.
So he wants to double it?
I'm not aware. I was not aware of. I was not aware of this. So with the OGRA, I know we have, but I thought that was all on county council. So I'm not sure what falls under
Okay,
municipality.
Just historically, I would suggest that having the warden does increase local costs. Obviously, most of it is borne by the counties. Yeah. We can change that number. We're down and downward if you want to save a few $1,000s. But it was based on some experience, just other municipalities.
So what we created was, remember, we had a meal with one of which he is now a minister, and when we got back, so we covered, so the North Stormont table, we covered his and there was nowhere that, it was basically, well, Frank, take it out of your pocket, because, so we, as a council, had created that 1,000 was discretionary, that basically, I mean, we pay big money to go sit in a 15-minute delegation. Here, we're having supper with the guy for an hour and a half, and we're saying $50 is not going to be covered for his portion of the meal. So the 1,000 was put for that. Like I said, I'm not sure, which the fact that I am in the warden's role, to say, I don't know if it'll be 5. My thing is, when you look at the 1,000, well, there was, and that was part of the 539 was at the tail end of, there was one item that was, so it was very minimal. I'll use only at my discretion or council, but at the same time, from what I understand, I'm not aware of what potentially could affect the 5,000.
Just since I opened the topic, I would like to say that I think it's good forethought. If you've experienced this in other municipalities, I just wondered what it was. I understood the $1,000, it was the uptake to 5,000. I think it's very beneficial that we have the warden in our municipality, so I think he needs to be properly supported. And if we feel we need to have that there, I'm perfectly fine to support it now that I understand it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think it would be wise to keep that money there. Say you want to host an event or something like that, at least you have the ability to do that. And as the warden, there's opportunities for that.
Yeah, I would concur. It's the opportunities that will be presented as a result of you being the warden. So you want to have the flexibility to have that exposure. So that one meeting with that minister was one you had the opportunity. It might be 3 or 4 meetings, sit-down meetings with ministers. So I think it's that looking forward to what potentially, because of your title as a warden, will come to benefit the township from that.
And as a council, I think we would be prudent in making sure that we allocate properly, and I will not have an issue defending whatever, but if, like I say, there is a bit of the unknown, so possibly let's leave it there, and whatever remains will be factored in for next year. Okay, go ahead, Adrian.
Just had a question under our revenue and for general government. In 2025, we were expecting on the 4th item line down from the top, revenue through a different Ontario grant for $50,000. It hasn't been actualized as of yet. I don't know if it's coming in. And then there's another one anticipated for $38,500 this year. Can you let me know what these would be?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, these would be in anticipation for the generator. So we haven't proceeded with the generator. We put some money into reserves, so we mostly funded through reserves, and these were hopeful. That $38,500 was initially an Enbridge grant. I don't know if that's one we have not got yet, but it's anticipation to offset the cost of the generator for this building. So it's not guaranteed, but we wouldn't proceed with that without a council resolution or the funds coming from an outside source.
So these have been submitted, like these are pending grants?
Yes.
And the 50 that was allocated on the 2025 budget, is that sitting in reserve, and now we're putting an extra 38 only pending if we get the funding for both years, like for the total?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that was just pending on a grant for the generator as well.
For the 50?
Yeah.
And, which adds up to, I think it's 68 that we were...
Yeah, and it's the grant revenue, so it's not in
taxation.
reserves, and it won't be because we didn't get it.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Dintron.
Page 8, very first item, general write-offs at $35,000. I'm just wondering the explanation around the $35,000 amount, please.
So that's write-offs and omits. So I think we hadn't recognized it in the past budget-wise, but it's an actual thing. The slide, if I may just go back to this one, the net effect is 35 in our favor. So supplements are in addition to that, and that would be the offsetting, like a building burns or property tax went to residential, switches to farm tax, the loss of taxation. So that is in there, but it's also more revenue in the other half that makes up that 35. So it would be 70 increase in revenue, and that's on page 7, second from the bottom, under general supplement 1501 2000. That there's 70,000 revenue, and then as you noted on top of page 8, it's 35,000, so that's that difference that we've added. So we didn't budget for it before, but we can realistically expect it.
Thank you.
So the 70 would be like supplementary taxation, so we base our taxation at a point in time, and over the year, we receive more taxation, whether through building permits or MPAC doing their assessments and it coming online after we've made our budget, and that we anticipate that there will be $70,000 of in-year revenue.
Your slide says that we were recognizing 35,000 that was never previously, and like I see the 70, and I see that was never previously budgeted. Is the total? Am I missing?
Subtract the 35 from it here, because we're taking, this is the good, this is the bad, they net out to 35.
I gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah, so just
Okay.
it's
All
it's
right.
it's the good and the bad.
The
that's
minus,
covered by
the
Deputy Mayor.
minus was hiding. I didn't see. No. I do have a couple other questions if you don't mind
Yeah,
to
go
continue.
ahead, Councillor McDonald.
All right. I wrote these down a few seconds ago. So it's under general revenue, miscellaneous treasury, and an actual for 2025. I was just wondering what that 118,000 miscellaneous treasury actual was. No rush.
We're just finding the note. Kim will answer this one.
And the other thing was a comment just on legal fees, and I know there's reasons for all the legal fees every year, but honestly, like the reliance on legal sometimes I find is excessive, and so it's just a comment to try to minimize that, and if there's a way to operationalize some of the responses legally, like you can get a legal opinion and then, you know, sort of rely on that, but just to always be going to a lawyer every time, like I've always found our bills are a little high, even with considering the realities of certain things.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the miscellaneous treasury, it was revenues that should have been recognized in previous years that were stuck in reserves, and they should have been moved.
That's fine. And then I just was wondering, what is Stone Share versus SharePoint? I know what SharePoint is. I kind of know what Stone Share is. Do they do the same thing? Are they the same thing? Are they inside each other? What is the difference?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it was called SharePoint because of the platform it was on, I believe, and now it's Stone Share because it's on a different platform. It's basically the same deal.
the
It's a
same
file
thing.
management system.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
And speaking of software, so again, the 40,000 in software, is that ongoing? Like we've had 40, last year we budgeted 35, we've seen 78, 70. Is that something we were bringing up to par, or is that ongoing yearly cost? Which would be on page 9 of your January 13th report.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, a lot of the stuff that happened in 2025 had to do, one of the things was cyber security insurance. We'd had replacements of the cameras in the council chambers, and we had some server replacements done that were not planned. Also, what was not budgeted was we have annual costs for the asset management software, and they're roughly $13,000 a year. So they have now been recognized for the next year, but they were not considered in the budget for 2025. And it's something we have to have.
And my one last question. So we had consultants, and we've had many over the past while, on just below the software legal fees, but where we were running 37, 43,000 actuals for 2025 were 15, and now we're allocating 2,500. So can we specify the area just so we know what because we've had many different consultations. So is it locked?
Yeah, this was probably your treasurer and your previous CAO pushing down where we could to make this number comfortable.
Yeah.
And I can see that last year also it's similarly 3,000 spent 15, and this year 2,500. I guess it could be higher. Historically, it quite likely has. So fair question.
But it identifies, because I did, it's just a consultant, so I wasn't sure what, so that answers my question. Go ahead, Councillor Shane.
On page 9, about 7 lines down, you got materials and supplies. We haven't budgeted anything for 2026, but we had 23,000 in 25 and 60,000 in 24.
Can we look into that one? Because that does strike us too right now. We'll look into our quick budget to see, because that does look like it's possibly, there might be a reason. And there's likely a budget note, but we'll get back to that question if you'll allow us.
We're moving away from paper clips altogether. Go ahead, go ahead, Deputy Mayor Densham.
The fifth from the last item on expenses says donations Humane Society, 3,000 and 20,000. I think that's, although they treat people very humanely, I think that should be the Dundas Manor, not the Humane Society.
I think it's 3,000 we allocated for the Humane Society, but the 20 tagged on after that, they used the line items from Dundas Manor, so I've already documented that. I asked a question, I think, to our CAO, and then it kind of popped in. So am I correct on that statement?
Yes, you are correct. As it's this year's Humane Society, but the previous years it was Dundas Manor. So we just changed it because this year, but it's the same line. We didn't make a new line.
And why are we therefore then looking to give 3,000 to the Humane Society? Is that something we discussed previously?
I believe council resolution.
Okay. I don't remember that. Was I away for that one maybe?
I remember them coming, I just don't
And
remember.
I believe it was this brought back at 3 for the next 5. I think it's 15,000, so it's 3,000 for. We
now
snuck
that-
one right under your. Beginning of October, yeah. So, but the 20 was that light item, so that's coming down to the end. So any further questions on? So just a review, yeah, go ahead, Steve.
Just above the Humane Society, the donations and grants, do we have detail on what those are likely to be supporting?
Not from Treasury at this point. I think I have it as a holding for more information. So that can come back at the next council meeting when we determine it, we can get that to you. I apologize for not having more detailed information.
Yeah, I mean, I realize that as a council, we give donations from time to time. It's not as big as it has been in the past. So if it's a huge amount of work, don't worry about it. But if it's something that's handy, that'd be welcome.
That'd be, I know, like the fairs, we give to, I'm not
The
sure if that's.
bursaries for graduates
yeah.
and stuff like that.
So with that said, if we bring it back, so just to wrap up, general government is where I think there was something we were adding. There's one we have to verify for material and supplies, and the conference was upped by 5.
Correct. And I do think it would be prudent to add that 16.5. I think that was a good catch, Councillor Shane. I apologize through you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know how that line remained empty. Additionally, there was the question on GFL revenue to be discussed in this particular part of the under general government.
Oh, that's right, because that was in. So council's on board. CAO had discussions with GFL over that 70,000, which would just give us a better. I think they're still thinking like we're being still somewhat conservative, but at the same time helping us out on the revenue side.
Yeah, just to clarify on that 70,000 increase that the interim treasurer spoke to, I actually spoke to GFL on Monday to get some clarification on contracts. The decrease in 2025, which was kind of a surprise, was the result of a significant contract, and I wanted to confirm where they were at in terms of recouping contracts, and so they've already signed one that chips away at the tonnage that was lost with the lost contract, and they're working on further. So the number that we used to calculate was 590,000 tons, which is closer to the 600,000 where we were at. So I was comfortable after the conversation with them to move it up. We were going conservative with the 1.7, so the addition of the 70,000 is based on some better data that I got on the spot. So that's where that additional 70,000 comes from.
You go ahead, Deputy Mayor Densham.
Just some general comments on general government, and it stems from conversations that we've had around the allotment of money and how we account for that. So for example, EDP, the bulk of the EDP tends to go to public works, and I don't have a problem with that in terms of where it goes, but there are some things that we put into general government and some things that we put automatically into other areas that are kind of found money or not absolutely necessarily has to be designated to a certain category. And what that does is, to me, sometimes it adds complexity because two layers of complexity. Number one, I'm not sure whether or not we have the flexibility to move some of these income streams around. And number two, it potentially clouds our understanding of what the true expenses are of a certain category. So if that automatically falls into public works, and then we get to the end of the contract and that disappears, we're actually spending X dollars more, like $300,000 more in public works than what we've realized over the past budget years. And so I'm sure our finance department would think to give us a heads up as that comes due, but it's nice to be reminded of that. So I just don't know whether we've adopted this as our own custom practice or whether there's other types of practice in terms of how we manage big sums of money like that so that we can have a good view. The last little piece too is that with all those huge puts and takes of money, I find it difficult to really appreciate and understand the efficiencies that happen right in the general government staff, the people who fall under the staff that we might call general government. I don't know whether or not they're less efficient, more efficient year over year because there's so many other big puts and takes that are coming from that department. It tends to mask the financial performance of the general government allotment of staff. So those are general comments. I don't know that we need to solve the problem here. It maybe is something that you could educate us on or say that maybe we need to take another look at that in an upcoming meeting at some point, but it's just a general observation.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. A lot of these big grants have multi-uses, so they've been stuck in general government. So if there's a need to use them for roads versus we need to use them for a rec facility, we have that flexibility, and it's not going to always be the same every year. Another one you can look at, which really skews everything, is all your taxation dollars, your whole levy is under general government, but it is spent throughout. And to try to allocate it through the various departments would vary year to year and would be a nightmare.
Yeah, sorry, just supplemental. I agree with you, and that's why I think it might be better to place it all in one category. Today we kind of treat that as general government, but to put it into one category so that, as we say last year we allotted this much from the big bulk of money that we get over to this department. This year we think we're going to put this much or whatever, so that we may find that we traditionally do the same thing year after year, which is fine, but it doesn't mask what the true expenses are and where the money's coming from.
Go ahead, Lachlan.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. I think that's a fair comment, and we can look at it administratively. I guess that's more the burden of the person on my left and right, to be fair. But I do see what you mean, because if you said general government made you $1.1 million to the taxpayer or anybody, it doesn't. Like, we obviously cost money to have us here, and this is fairly standard across most municipalities that it's treated this way. But because it's standard doesn't mean we can't look at doing it better. So maybe take it's Ontario Municipal Partnership funding, and in this case GFL money, and potentially some EDP money. Maybe not. I think that goes straight to roads, but those two are large amounts. Like, we're talking multi-millions of dollars. So I don't know if we could have something like this revenue would be like a different category. I'm not going to say that will happen, but it's a good point to make, because it's very hard to tell when we're saying that the CEO, the treasurer, the clerks, and all the staff to do all this just made you $1.1 million. So fair point. Thank you.
I'm not sure if I'm on the same, or if it falls in the same category as what Steve's talking about, but if we look at EDP funding that came through, we had the user agreement of 1.8 million, which I believe was our roads department fixing up, and it falls into the, but then when you look at the 300,000 that was given where 10% was rec, and I find that it just fell into roads. We've lost it, it's gone, we don't see it and not really understand where it, because it's a benefit, it's not a road user agreement, so it was meant to, so for council to be able to say, hey, this year we got, which works out, I think, 280. And by the way, isn't, we have the same amount, is that not indexed with EDP? So there should be another 6,000, I think, added to revenues, or I just use 2%, I don't know what the index is, but right now, we just got the same amount that was from last year, the same amount that carried forward for rec and roads, but it's indexed at whatever so it's something that should see a small increase. So maybe that could be looked at and get an extra 5,000 or whatever it works out to. But anyways, back to my question, identifying that 280 or is something as far as council would go, saying, but now it kind of got put into operation. It's as if now it's long gone. It's just like, and that's just in my mindset, I would like to see, it might go there for that purpose, but having a better understanding of operating on your own, because this funding is eventually going to be gone. So if they knock down those windmills, we're not getting that money. So we need to work operating by ourselves, not by funding. And GFL is similar to the same aspect. If GFL closes shop tomorrow, that $2 million is off the table. And I would like to say good luck to the council of the day, because it's going to be, so if we can kind of move it more towards capital project, which is not so much operational. And I believe the 284 is now operational. We're not seeing the benefit. So that's just my thought. All right. Did you want to add something, Lachlan?
Well, no, those are all well received, and thank you. It is best to, they call it incrementality. So if I may go on a slight rant, it would be when gas tax, now the Canadian Community Building Fund, was first initiated, the intention behind it was that like you did your projects, and then this gas tax would be an additional projects. But many of municipalities were like, well, there's a great savings. We're going to look great to our public. So I think that's kind of what you're saying. Like these one-time funding should be incremental, but not as like to be, or essentially additional to what we can do sustainably, and so that we can wind it down whenever something comes. So I think we have some years for that. Good advice, and I think that should come through asset management plans and future long-term plans. And I compliment Kim on last year starting your 10-year plan. So like that is kind of the start to this. We'll do the same with roads, etc. But otherwise, the question through you, Mr. Mayor, to council would be the GFL 70,000, if that wants to be discussed now or later, just to determine what we want to do with it, because right now it's just sitting there.
So I'll add my comments, and what I would like to do is put it in right now. We're trying to aim numbers. We're playing with, so I would just put it in right now in the pot. And once we come at the tail end and see where council fits, maybe then that would have the appetite to say, let's put it towards a reserve, but until, I would rather work my way, get to, and not just stick it in the reserve now for fleet and then struggle. So is council comfortable with that? And once we get at the end, then we can feel maybe the appetite to say, well, we're better than what I thought. We can slide some over. Perfect. So any further?
Just to confirm, we'll update the GFL revenue to reflect 1.77
Yeah.
rather than.
But the 70, as you can see, is already written right here. So,
Yeah.
so that's just right now.
Just so the numbers
I'm
will
looking
continue to
at kind of what we're looking at surplus, and then we'll at the tail end of it.
Yep.
Then we can kind of get the appetite of council.
Yeah.
Okay,
That makes sense.
Yeah, we'll put it in. We'll update that sheet. We'll come back out of council. I'll read those numbers again. I'm noted here that lunch is here. It's a nice natural break if we'd like to convene.
And it is 11:57, so that works right on par. So let's. So it is here. Lunch is here. Okay. So let's have a lunch break. It's 12 now, so I need to be out of here at 4. So are we okay with half an hour lunch? So let's break for half an hour.
Are we on track for where we want to be?
we
We're
didn't
on
have.
track for where we want to be for lunchtime.
We're pretty close.
Well, if you take general, then we're public works, like waste and should be pretty quick. Planning's pretty quick, so I think we're good.
Lunch is in the, folks, we're still live, so just,
Thank you. So welcome back. I hope everybody had a good lunch, and don't expect nobody to fall asleep during the. So I'd like to thank our rec for that. We did it this morning, and we got 100,000 off the rec to compliment. Eh, Pierre? Yeah.
Welcome back.
Yeah. Just letting you know, we did rec this morning, and we're all good. So, okay, so we are back. I believe we were done with general governance, and now we are moving to planning. Perfect. So go right ahead. It would be page 11 of.
1132, that would be correct. Mr. Mayor, and if you don't mind, can I just show the Excel spreadsheet for a moment once I find my mouse on it? Okay, so we'll just go over, as we're coming back, there are a few changes that had been asked and mentioned. So as I scroll up, earlier in the morning, we had removed the CIP, we have 3/4 of the year and 5,000 to add for PC desk. Additionally, after that, we added $5,000 for training and development. That was 16,500 missed materials in general government, 70,000 good for the good balance, as we're adding that revenue into the basically the whole thing. And then the fire department has said we're going to decrease that those fire fleet vehicles, 5,000 each for their maintenance. So there's $15,000 off. So I think it was 64 if I recall correctly. So that will be now down to $49,000. That runs through. So where we started with $466,000 in levy increase, it's now $347,000. That would mean the taxation to existing taxes went from 10 to 7 on the local level. Growth covers very similar amounts. So if we'll slide slightly right here, this morning we started at 5.87, and this is the blended rate again for those who are only tuning in at lunch, and now it is 4.81%, and that accounts for the county portion, the North Stormont portion, as well as education, which education hasn't increased at all. So that's where we are, and I'll jump into the presentation and carry on. If you'll just allow me to find myself for a second here. Okay, planning and development. So planning is traditionally outsourced. There is a technician, but we get support by the counties on the higher level. Development charges are something, the review, we've been completing that through 2025. 2026 highlights, we do expect the growth to continue. We continue to expect support from SDG, and there is decreased transfer to a reserve via the Parkland Reserve, a difference of $4,000 in this budget. The only item that's really different is $10,000 from the zoning bylaw. It's for review, and it's down 23%. We do have a county planner here that can speak specifically. I think I was going to say same service, less cost. She corrected me to say better service, less cost. So if you want to look at the specific items in your worksheets, it's page number 11 and 12. So I'll leave it to council to discuss, but no real changes and delivered at a better service, mostly because of revenues.
Okay, so before I speak, I'll look over on my sides. Go ahead, Councillor McDonald.
Okay, so I know this also includes drainage, and there was a lot of revenue that was budgeted for 2025 that was, it looks like not realized. And, you know, overall 2025 was a year where we also went over on our expenses quite a bit. I'm just wondering what was going on with that revenue. And
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we just haven't received it yet. So there will be a
Okay.
year-end entry done
Okay.
to
Okay.
account what is expected to be received, but it hasn't been done yet.
Okay.
Just on that note, is there a way we can know if we haven't received it, we are going to receive it, and it goes up to what it's supposed to be? It's all good and fine. But is there a way of identifying if you say, okay, we're not going to be getting this, then it becomes an issue for, so is there a way you guys can identify if there's certain revenues that are not going to be come to fruition?
That particular line is an item that Sean and I work on, and we're actually going to be looking at that tomorrow. So it is the true number that we do receive for grant money from the province.
And I'm not just talking about planning, I'm talking about in general.
Okay.
When we often, like say if you say 0 and we had itemized, or we had budgeted 50, and you're saying, oh, it's because we're not getting it, well, then all of a sudden it becomes a deficit and a big effect.
Just add a projected column.
Yeah, yeah.
2025 year-end column.
We do forecasted.
Yeah, yeah. So, but at times when you do look at it, it's not finalized, so, and some are one-time payment, which is where you see 0 and it could, that 0 turns into 50, we're all good. But that's.
It's the same for the reserve transfers, like the parkland is showing up as a revenue, but then it's not showing up as an expense or a transfer to reserve, because you do them with the audit, which I know, but the revenue shows up in the expense. It just throws off the ability to use those as comparators for 2026, but.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Council has been burdened this year, that you did not get variance reports for third quarter or fourth yet. So that does not help the situation when I could be providing some information of things that are coming. But reserves, the transfers to reserves, most of the to reserves are fine. It's the from reserves that have not been realized yet because it's based on actuals. So invoices will be processed up until the end of January for 2025. So in early February, a report will be going to council with the actual transfers to and from reserves. So that'll give it a better idea of where that picture is.
Okay, and then the last question was just for the capital and planning. Is that the zoning bylaw study or update or something?
Through you. So that is related to the development charges study.
Okay. You said the zoning was in at 10, I think. Where does that show up in the expenses?
There's carry forward money
Okay.
for development charges, that's particular. So that will, we haven't spent it, we intend to spend it, we just don't need to tax for it twice. So that might be some of that difference, but we can specifically talk about it if you'd like to.
No, that's
I would like to specifically talk about it. So where does it show as revenue in 2026, so that because we know it's coming from 2025, but to support the 2026 expense?
It would be, and through you, Mr. Mayor, page 11, bottom line on revenue transfer from reserves. I believe there's $31,913.
Thank you.
That'd be page 11 of 32 if you're looking. So at the revenues is at the top, 138,099.00.
Okay, and last question, just so council is aware, we did get the delegation or the report from the DC charges. And I see we haven't inputted any, because we don't know yet what we're doing. So there's no income recorded as revenue for DC charges, but where do we stand as far as the next time it comes in front of council to further discuss the where we're going with, what's the next step in that process?
Through you. So I believe my understanding, I know this is on in Peter's hands, but the study came to you to council, or the draft study did, and then it should be coming back to you if you haven't had a discussion about it yet. There's maybe a discussion opportunity on a future council meeting would be a great opportunity for you to start to really truly think about if you want to implement it or not.
Perfect. Okay. You want to add that?
Yeah, I can add to that. So there's a 60-day waiting period for response, and we have it scheduled to come back to council in March. So it's on our March.
And to bring it back, the response itself was issued where? To the general public? Is that part of our?
It's part of the consultant's process. So there's a response mechanism within there. So then I see it, and I'm speaking to what. Yeah. So based on the scheduling, the next time it can come back is on sometime in March. Yeah.
From there, then do we have public consultation now in
then we'll
where
start
we
the
set
process.
up, and then we follow the process?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so any further questions? Seeing none, I believe we're good, so we can jump on to the next department.
Thank you. And Public Works will be in your worksheets, page 13 through 15. So just for that preparation. Public Works, you do see the org chart there. Major accomplishments in 2025 are Alair Road, Rombo Road, Finch Roxborough. There's some asphalt Chrysler, asphalt transition to producer responsibility for Blue Box, which we're weathering across the province. Garbage collection contracted to E360. Some major bridge and culvert replacement. Manly Road guide rail was, I think, a staff report during the year, and the diesel tender was issued. Again, just doing napkin math and looking at your bridge studies, because this is, I guess it's one of the things that the strategic plan says to do is long-term financial planning, and this is kind of a start to get in council's mind, is looking just at the bridges and culverts. 541,000 is approximately needed per year. Again, not in the budget, but it's just to set that site, and we'll probably come back in 2027 to the new council and highlight these things because it's ongoing and it's everywhere, including every township locally. But we do have $200,000 included in this for fleet reserve, sorry. That was all about fleet. Sorry, I said bridges. Bridges are the next slide. So without going too heavily into the details, because I don't want to bore you, I'd say the big thing is you're facing this, and every municipality is facing the struggle of, one, bridge costs have gone up. And additionally, something that came from reading this plan that you have here in North Stormont that was new was the standards are also costlier. So not only do you have to build the same bridge more expensive, but they're not allowing you to. It's wider in this. So like there should be some good conversations about like what kind of bridges you want, because it's kind of like I have a double-headed dragon there. It costs more and times two for the value as well as the standard. So looking through that, I'll just jump down to it's 600,000 essentially per year for like sustainable bridges. Now again, I've had councils in the past say, you know, if you ask an engineer to paint your house, you're going to paint it every 3 years. So like there is some like local like spice to this world, but that would be a good number to think of getting there. Again, these numbers are not in the budget. It just shows you what sustainable investment looks like. And all this comes from your asset management plans and your road studies, bridge studies as well. And in there, you'll see that 2.6 million annual capital infrastructure deficit as stated. Again, not something you can cross in 1 year, but again, on our minds. So I have the higher items here, and I imagine eventually after I present these, we'll go through the worksheets and find some of the smaller items, but these are the big ones on there. So we have a calcium slip tank replacement, $360,000 for gravel resurfacing. That is offset by $180,000 from EDP funding. Last year it was $240,000. Again, there's a slide later that just shows the gradual unwinding of that pot of money. Stormwater drains at $50,000, $60,000 for Chrysler sidewalks. That's going to be a carry forward from 2025, so that will not affect taxation. It's money that will be carried out of this current year. Guardrail replacement, at $75,000. The new debenture, it will be coming online for the vehicle we purchased last year. There are tin works failing on 2 of our trucks. I think this is a quality of life for our operators that would be greatly appreciated because safety. $20,000 for a half-ton. This was a half-ton that I believe was taken offline in 2025, and I'll give props to Blake for trying to find a way you're looking at $20,000 for a half-ton, you think that's way low. He's trying to find a pretty creative way, in how to get this to you. The bridges that we're having on right now are Bridge 25, 26, 29, Bridge 35, and then if we do proceed with Finch Roxborough, which we are recommending, it'd be $40,000 for that bridge. The first 2 bridges we offset by EDP funding. The second one would be full taxation, and then Bridge 35 was intended to be done this year, but we're carrying it forward until 2026, so that one would not affect taxation. The asphalt program, initially it was asked for $150,000 to do your asphalt program. We made $50,000 to make it work. Surface treatment of McNeil Road, that's 2.3 kilometers, would be at $66,500. Tolmie's Corner Road, 2.3 kilometers, that's $76,500. Double surface treatment, and if you see short form, DST would be a double surface treatment in the future, 43. That's only if we will only proceed with that if we get a $30,000 offset, so that would be $13,000 to your, if you take that one off, it would be $13,000 to taxation. Asphalt, looking to do half of Finch Roxborough Boundary Road. So the full cost would be $525. We've put in half. I think it's going to the railway if I'm we either do north or south based on the railway.
It's 6.1, so it'd be basically just approximately 3 kilometers. Like from 43 County Road 9 is 6.1. So basically the south end is deteriorating quicker than north end because more heavier traffic from the quarries and whatever. So we do have one structure on both sections of the 3 kilometers north or south. So that's why through the mayor, Rockland put in there the 40,000 for the replacement if we're going to do a overlay on Finch Rockville boundary. It's recommended that we upgrade the drain system underneath because it's needed. It's at its end of life. So is that good?
Excellent, and I'll continue through you, Miss.
That's just north of Steel Road. It's the drain. It's the, you got the marking down the drain number? No. It's the drain north of Steel Road.
Yeah, and the reason why it says Bridge 22 or Culvert 15 is because if we choose to do both, I guess it would be double that amount. You could always do the whole road. Additionally, like if you do the south or north, I just wanted to make sure that we told you whatever the Blake recommends that I have that. So if it's Bridge 22 on one side, Culvert 15 on the other. So we had just talked about Finch Roxborough Boundary Road. So it'd be half of that 6.1 amount. Surface treatment 8th Road West is 2.3 kilometers. Gravel. So in this budget, and I don't want to hide from it, Ashburn Road would be in 2026 converted from surface treatment to gravel to be intended to be put back to surface treatment in 2027. So we'd put $25,000 of gravel. We'd put $50,000 transferred to reserve in anticipation for doing that in 2027. These are two items that came out of the budget. You can always put them back in the budget. Budget pressures may not allow that, but for council's consumption. This is that slide for conversation. I just kind of mentioned it that we are taking, so that's a decreased level of service for the year 2026, and that's very much a council decision. If we were to keep it, we would add $125,000. It's a $200,000 project, but because we have 50 going to reserve for next year and 25 going into gravel, that money could be reallocated to keep it as DST this year. So that's a slide for conversation. If you have it further, these items are not in the budget, just wanted to highlight a few of the items that came out because there are items that in a perfectly funded world, we could do everything. We can't. So the 1 ton, it is a unique situation where normally it would cost $75,000. We're looking to get one on Gov Deals and build it back up. I don't know if you how the conversation has gone there, but I do appreciate the thought towards the dollars and cents for the taxpayer because it would be easy just to ask for $75,000. Trying to make it work for 20 is quite innovative. Surplus garbage truck. We do have the last one. I know we got rid of the one and gave it a 360 prior. This one is the oldest one, and we have been using it for tidy up events and community items. It is starting, it's kind of hobbling along, so there might be a conversation, if not now, then soon in the future, whether we want to replace it or if that service needs to be reined in. But I just highlighting it for a 2026 item to consider.
So before, maybe it's prudent just to talk about it now. The 10,000 that was put in waste, which we no longer have, but there's 10,000 for a truck. Is that just to, in case we need to rent or deal with something and we're putting 10,000 in? I know I'm moving ahead of time, but is it in regards to not having anything?
No, that would be kind of like a maintenance. Yeah. Let me get into the waste here. You're talking about...
It's got $10,000 for a garbage truck, which we no longer do garbage, and I just... and second is the debenture. So was this an Ontario funded? So even though the truck is now gone, that's the last payment. I believe it's done this year.
Just to be sure, we're talking the same truck, the 2016 truck.
I believe it's 28,000. I'm not in waste.
2025 was the last year for the adventure on this particular truck that we're mentioning here. This is the 2016 one, not the 2022 one.
Okay, so the 2016 is still on the debentured, and is that coming to an end soon, or?
Done in 2025, sorry. So that one's, it's not in this budget. 2026, there's no debenture for this truck.
I'll wait till we get to Wastewood.
So, sorry about that.
So no, that's fine. I just didn't want to forget my thoughts, and I thought that had to do with regards to that truck, so carry on.
So, Mr. Mayor, you are correct. We misspoke there. There is, and we'll talk about that during waste.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
Go ahead, Councillor McDonald.
On like the rail crossing maintenance, is there a reason that that is increasing specifically?
Yeah, basically it's a monthly fee for maintaining the crossings. We have Via Rail and we have CP in the township. And if there happen to be an incident, somebody drives into the gate or whatever, we pay 50%. And so it's unpredictable to say. We know what the annual fee is going to be month by month, but if accidents happen, I shouldn't say accidents, but if costs of something done outside of, like a person or whatever, they charge us back 50% for the repair.
It looked like as well for cell phones in 2025, it was a lot higher than budgeted, and then we dropped the 2026 budget. Just wondering if there was a reason why it was so over budget in 2025, and then why we're dropping it down again.
We will be switching plans in 2026.
I was just gonna say that I know if it's the brush pickup, I feel like that's in spring and fall. I feel like it's twice a year. And I do think that is a decrease in level of service as well. People are just used to that. And I find when you take something away from people, they're not happy. So I don't know, is there another alternative for continuing that service to residents without using keeping this limping along vehicle, which I understand you just want to part ways?
Through the mayor, I'm getting confused why, like, we always perform the spring and fall collection. Oh, we're on the garbage truck again. I thought you were talking about roads more.
I don't know, it says Public Works and garbage truck and the brush, so I'm just addressing it, it's on the screen. And just saying that, I understand if you're saying that vehicle needs to sort of go to the graveyard, but I think the service should continue, and I'm wondering if there's a way to do that.
Through the mayor, no, I'm planning on, I already made arrangements. Actually, it's limping along, as you say, where there's a life cycle on vehicles, and garbage trucks has a lot shorter life cycle. But I was basically in contact with a former Joe Johnson, which produces the truck, and he's working on an elsewhere company that it's little communication issues, and because the truck has a lot of safety guards in it, where if it's not communicating properly, the engine will think something's wrong and shut down, go into limp mode. I was working on that through the year. I believe we could invest a little bit more money into it and get it fixed right. The truck is past its useful life, but as a spare truck to do multiple little jobs for the municipality, to events or brush collection and all this, I think we can extend it for a few more years without investing into a new vehicle.
Thank you.
And just with that said, that investment you're talking about to bring it to par, is that included is that something that is managed through what we have in front of us, or is that something?
Well, that will be in the waste maintenance?
You've got, so we'll deal with it then. Perfect.
Yeah.
Good, thank you. Any further questions on Public Works?
General accounting question, if you might indulge me. For overtime wages, do we never account for a budgetary line item for overtime? I know most departments it's not really relevant, but Public Works, it seems to be a pretty significant number that comes in under overtime wages for the last few years. But we don't ever put kind of budget aside for it.
So it would be budgeted under like a rough estimation through regular salary, but then because we never know the true actuals, it's hard to kind of put like a solid number together.
So it's just kind of you overinflate the regular wages as opposed to what the actuals would be to account for that.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Densham.
A couple of things. The page 13, second from the bottom line, equipment rental roads. It's just something that looks like we spent 10,000 last year, but we haven't traditionally spent that. Are we doing something different there, the 10,000 for equipment rental?
We had an issue, and it's still an ongoing issue, with one of our graders. And in the springtime, basically, one grader couldn't keep up, and we hired on and rented another grader to actually maintain the standard, minimum maintenance standards, before we get into the calcium.
So do we expect the same issue again this coming year? Is that why we're budgeting for 10,000?
It's unpredictable. Well, I believe I explained this before. There's line items in here that if we don't have the capability of maintaining the public works, which we have a lot of equipment and a short time frame for certain jobs, that if we can't do it, we have to maintain them. So without any financial part in this, it's if it's not used, it goes right back into the surpluses at the end of the year.
Yeah.
But I don't expect that we have to rent, but I can't predict if things break down that we need.
Yeah, and I know that traditionally, Public Works, especially because there's so many line items, you tend to bundle stuff. It's just when we call one thing out in a year that we haven't traditionally done, it just draws my attention to it because it looks different. And I don't know whether, therefore, are you telling me something that we used to pad last year by $10,000, we've taken it out of there and we're now going to put it here, or have we added an additional? Because I know there's a lot of puts and takes. The reality of what plays out in a year is very different from what you put in as a budget. And I get the fact that traditionally we've padded that, but now are we padding it even more, $10,000 more? Are we moving that padding around between categories? It just draws my attention to it, that's all.
I take a different approach through the mayor. I take a different approach on this. We have necessity to maintain the roads and sidewalks, and basically, if something goes wrong and we can't meet the standard again for liability, very seldom do I go out and look for it to spend extra money. But we did have a situation, and basically with the cat grader, where we got it fixed, it didn't work out. We sent it back again for under warranty. It didn't work out, and it's going back the third time. So I'm hoping that this time it's done, because we have a mobile mechanic who is certified for CAT and John Deere, quite capable of doing it. It wasn't him doing it. He recommended, and he feels bad about it, recommending a place that rebuilds transmissions, which would come in just over half the cost of CAT.
And I don't know
so
that we need all the detail, but yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. If something goes wrong with the grader or this and that, it's not, we don't use it if it is not needed. But if we have to maintain and do the jobs, and we don't have any funds to do it, we'd be going back requesting more money.
Yeah, fair enough. So what I'm hearing is that over the last year or so, this has become an item that you've got greater visibility to, and therefore you're looking to predict that one a little bit more tightly. The next one is on 15, page 15. It's public work fleet repairs and maintenance at $131,000. But we didn't budget anything for it last year. And again, it just jumps out at me as, are we moving money from one bucket to another? I know we talked with the fire, for example, that we're experiencing potentially more repairs than we have in-house expertise to be able to manage. So what's going on with the $131? Is something shifting this year versus what we've done in the previous years?
I'll take that one. That's more of a financial question, in fairness. And through you, Mr. Mayor, if you look below, I'm just trying to make sure I have my lines right. So if you look at 4050 just below it, so that 131,000, okay, start this again. Under the 2026 base budget line, the point that Deputy Mayor Densham is highlighting is 131,000, and there's 43,000 below it. If you look to the right of that 43,000, there's 200,000 in the 2025 budget column. Essentially, those monies are the same monies. It just moved. What we did was we made cost centers to streamline it on the financial side, and it did move some of this money around. But that 200,000 is synonymous with the 131 and the 43,000 beside it. And just to check, would it also be the 26 below that? Like those three items? No. Okay.
Thank you.
So to add to that, are we staying, like I kind of understand parts and inventory was instead of identifying everything part, which back in the day we used to do, and then we came out where it was all zeros, and at parts and we had the 200,000. Incorporating labor and parts, to me would make sense to separate them, but just to identify, because the first one, the repair and maintenance, would fall under labor, correct? And the next one would be parts and inventory would be material.
So my understanding through working with Public Works admin to create this, to simplify it, is the line 4,000 repairs and maintenance is for it's all those lines like you were commenting that we used to add up. So they've all been lumped into cost centers to create that one single number. And then the parts and inventory is kind of a miscellaneous items that they pick up and have just available at the shop. And then the third line item would be the license and safety checks. So we're just kind of breaking them down to be able to see them more specific. And then
Well,
we can
this year
we
we
can
are
break
seeing
it
them more
down.
specific,
Yeah.
where in the past was, and that's what you're alluding to. So, okay. Nope, that's good. Go ahead, Lachlan.
And if I may, we can, and again, through you, Mr. Mayor, we can show a cost center thing if you want to see it by the fleet. It makes it simpler because, as you say, like we'd have a budget of here and there, and then it would be on a different line. So we're trying to get the lines so that makes more sense to council and the public. But if you ever want the information, we can still run it by cost center. So it actually makes it easier administratively, and we can easily, if you want that information at a future, I don't know if it, like a information report, we'd be glad to provide it to you by vehicle.
Yeah, I think for me, it kind of comes down to helping to support future decisions. So, for example, if repairs are being done by a third party and we say maybe we should hire another mechanic, well, you can pull out of that cost center, whereas parts are parts. It's not like you can find a different solution. And so to me, there is a logical separation of those two particular things. I don't know that I could express a generic idea of that, but for me, if the potential for making a future decision, like maybe we hire in-house versus outsourcing, a split like that might help make it easier for council to understand all the potential benefits, et cetera. That's where it works for me.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Also with the cost centers, what's great, I mean, you can pull the report and you can actually see those problem children units. So if unit number 22 has like $50,000 worth of repairs, it might be time to get rid of it, right?
Good. Any further questions? Go ahead, Blake.
So what through the mayor, lump sum is, when we charge something, basically, we don't charge our labor to a piece of equipment. When we charge parts, whatever, it's all designated against the parts. So that's what Kim is saying, that if 116 is a snowplow, if certain things got charged to that we put on that truck, they have the facts of that bill.
One last thing is with regards to building grounds insurance. So I see where we had only budgeted 63. I think it was 92 as actuals, but we're back up to 98. So was the 63 where we anticipated, or just missed on the insurance portion?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the insurance was a big reallocation year because the 2025 budget, where the insurance premiums hit in the various departments were not accurate. Overall, the number was okay. The number didn't change, it's just where they hit. So the budget should have been changed to reallocate to where the insurance actually should have been. So it's just a big reallocation throughout. Overall, the insurance is whatever the increase was, it is, but it's just where they hit was adjusted.
Any further questions? Blake, depending on, well, we might be going through, depending on where we end up with our number, it's one department that we often kind of start to pick and choose, but right now I think we're good unless Steve has.
Yeah, no, I just, another thought that happened. Now, you were saying on the Finch Boundary Road, we're looking to do half the work this year, half the work next year, which is why we split the cost of 500,000 in half. I believe we're trying to bring that road up to standard so that it can then be transferred to county. Staggering the work is not going to create a problem with that transition. Is that fair?
Basically, what we're doing is an asphalt overlay. It was paved in 2010, so it's going on 16 years. It's a heavily trafficked road, and it's a single lift asphalt, which lasts quite a while for us. But before it deteriorates to the point of reconstructing from the existing asphalt, we want to put a lift on half. Well, I want to put a lift on all of it, but the road is a basic standard that the counties could take over. It's not to their the county standards of how wide the platform is and all this, but it is basically it's a 2-lane road with I think it's over 8 meters with my shouldering on it, so it's well above a 2-lane highway.
Yeah, so I guess my point is, are we still planning to transfer it? Are we expecting any additional costs in the next coming years to be able to make that transfer?
It's not really, in regards to the discussion we had with the road user agreement for maintenance, which took place just mid-November, there will be talks coming, so the discussions is to possibly look at transferring. If that's the case, should we, before we invest $500,000, should we talk to Cameron and in regards just to say, we are doing this, and if there's talks or further talks on merge or swapping, that they might come in and say, wait a minute, let's, because there's no need. If we do it, we're not as wide as you mentioned, and if they want, then we're maybe having discussions prior to us doing the work. Has there been any discussions with the counties in the fact that we're doing this, or no?
Not directly with the counties. We did discuss about whenever Ben DeHaan was the county engineer. Basically, whenever this takes place, it's the evaluation of what is there, an evaluation of what they want, and us doing, maintaining it and replacing the bridge, whatever the major culvert, the value is there. We're not losing value. It'd be a whenever they do decide, it'd be a time whenever we have to negotiate the valuation of what, do we have to, basically pay for some more upgrades on it and they take it over, or they
Okay, so
just
the
take it over?
value of the bridge is there. I'm just saying, if we're gonna pave, they're not gonna go and add 2 feet of asphalt tacked onto it on each side to make it to their spec. It's something maybe that at least we should have the discussion before we actually physically put in money to pave it all the way down. Might not be to their specs, and they might have a say into saying it. If we are gonna transfer it, let's do it at a wider,
We don't have the road allowance. Basically, we don't, they have other roads that were narrow, same as Dyer Road was.
Yeah.
We don't have the road allowance, and basically, they're talking, like right now, it came out last year, and they said maybe 5 years. But we can't let the road deteriorate where we lose it.
okay, go ahead.
Yeah, and so your last comment kind of stuck with me. It may change my comment on what I was going to say, but yeah, I think what I think I'm hearing is that we need to get closer to that decision, understand what it is, because it may be better to take this $500,000, give it to the county so that they can use it more effectively in whatever they need to do, rather than us doing a bit of patchwork now in whatever. So again, I don't know that we need to debate the details, because I don't have a tenth the knowledge you have on stuff like this. So I think the point is, can we see how quickly we can get to a decision, and then make sure that the money that's spent is spent wisely.
And the timeline might be a factor, as you said, if it's gonna be, we still have to maintain the road that is ours presently, but it wouldn't hurt just to have the discussions, since we already have started talks about eventually one day them taking over the boundary with the volume of traffic. So it's something that just have a brief conversation, let them know what we're doing in case they have something to add to the comments. Makes sense. So other than that, seeing no other questions, is everyone comfortable? I don't believe there's any direction that came out of this for finance.
None for finance, and I guess the only thing would be, we'll keep that money in, and then maybe an information report can come as we determine more from the counties for that road
Yeah.
particularly.
For now, like I say, it's more, I think, just further discussion. So. Perfect. So moving on to recreation, I believe.
Yes, if you'll allow me, Mr. Mayor, just because we have, I thought Elliot? If we could with Elliot here, just to jump to waste management.
Yes.
Just so he can get back to
Yeah.
servicing the township. So if that's okay, waste management is on page 106 of your presentation, and on the worksheet, page 22 and 23. And I'll do that myself here. Okay, so great. We will proceed. Waste management, again, administered by Public Works, outsourced by contract. The budget is pretty clear if you're on your worksheets, again, page 22 to 23. The only item to highlight is up on that screen, and it's just that the cost was more than we had anticipated. This was updated from your December 15th one. So we just wanted to highlight that to make it public. That is on and in your current budget. So there is a decrease in fuel costs because that was in Public Works. So you might have saw in your Public Works that your fuel went from $300,000 to $200,000 because Public Works had, like you had said earlier, there's a lot of stuff embedded in Public Works that maybe should be pulled out to be more fair to Public Works. Additionally, salaries and repairs. We go back and forth on that administratively. I think we've settled on that in 2024, a member was taken out of the department, put into Public Works, and then in 2025, that person was not in the budget. So that's that. Recycling pickup is an item that we have there. So with the full producer responsibility of our buildings now are kind of left on our own devices. So we are reviewing that. We're hoping to, by the next budget, have a better number than that. There was a meeting that did not take place recently. I think it was weather related. So that number may decrease, the recycling pickup. So there is an increase over last year for the service as outlined at the bottom over 2025. And that's, as I mentioned, the recycling pickup. The cost last year was $2,500 at our buildings because the contract was continued. from who was providing it before, and now that it's full producer responsibility, they're not doing that particular contract, and it seems it's that's a hefty increase. That's orders of magnitude increase. So we're trying to discover a way how to do this in a more efficient way. We're hoping to come back to you with a more favorable number, but that was our initial number we received. And then again, that is the overall impact on the budget. So I suppose there might be some conversation there. And the worksheets are page 22 and 23.
So I'll start going back to the comments that were made earlier. So one is with, I crammed my head around the 600 or number that was coming up. And to me, I think the garbage collection charges should be identified in two different line items. One is, which I think is what the confusion was, you've got the actual RFP that was given, I think, for 5 years with, trying to think, 360. So there is roughly, I'm anticipating, there's roughly 100,000 in tipping fees at GFL. Am I correct on, which would add up to why we have the 537 in budgeted in 2026?
Yes, there's tipping fees and collection fees, so you're right.
So the amount that was from the company that's 360 was with HST was 428, and I presume is there a CPI, like an increase on that? But roughly, I figure 100 is roughly what GFL would charge.
I think I'm hearing 378, or 3.78 was the increase? Yeah, 378 was the contract for 2025.
Plus HST.
Plus HST, yes.
Which is the 428, which is far from 557, so or 537. So that's the tipping fee. So I think if we knew that, because I think when the contract was, we were trying to identify what it cost us. Well, the tipping fee is a tipping fee, and then if you remove the tipping fee and then just deal with what we were paying for doing it in house versus the 400 or the 375 contract that was given, brings it a little closer and more better understanding.
No, we can certainly add
You
it.
understand what I'm getting at? So what happened is, if you look at the cost, we tendered it out to 360, which was 375. When the numbers were given to us, the truck, buying a new truck because it was at the end of life and doing all this stuff, we were saying, okay, we're comparables, and we had struggles with Public Works having to replace waste guy that did come up, which was becoming a bigger issue. So, but when you look at the final numbers, it was up here, and I'm thinking, no, there was but the tipping fees being involved in that kind of muckered up the numbers.
Through the mayor, if you look at 2000, I don't have your program or whatever, but if you look at 2024, it's 130,000. That's roughly what the tipping fee, and I believe it was higher this in 2025. That's the tipping fee that we deposit the waste at, and it's the per ton charge. So it's a fixed thing. Whatever we collect, we pay per ton.
And then when we jumped into 445, that became that factor of the actual 360 picking it up and the tipping fee. And this year we're now jumping to 537 is what I'm saying. But it includes tipping fees at GFL plus the service. Correct. Okay. And then one quick one here is the waste. Again, that's where I alluded to. Repairs and maintenance for $10,000. Is that?
Well, that's to maintain 116, yes.
Talking about to...
Yeah, to go and analyze, actually, last year, not knowing that before we went to tender, the actual truck engine went. So we rebuilt the engine, which is a high value, but now there's a communication issue that it's very complicated if you don't know, like, the whole layout of all the wiring and stuff. And basically, I've been talking there that we can invest some more money into it. It's not the the drivetrain system of the truck. Yes, we have some deterioration in steel and that and all this, but the drivetrain is good. It's just that it's not communicating from the box to the truck.
Story short, the 10,000
Maintenance.
would maintain, would fix
Well,
it? And-
but that's included in the maintenance and the repairs. I mean,
And-
if we use it, something breaks, we have to still.
The big question we're looking at, is that gonna extend a 1-year thing, or is that truck looking over 2-3 years, or what's its life expectancy if we invest more money in an old truck?
Yeah, well, for the purpose that we want to keep it for is for community services and some minor events that they wish us to be involved in, or even roadside collection where we're not putting in a half ton and all this stuff and running around. It could have and you're only talking maybe
Minimal,
a couple of weeks in a year of maximum of usage of it, or a little bit more, but it depends on, it won't be just 2 weeks a year, we're done. It's gonna be spread out through the year, like the spring and fall and the basically fairs or whatever kind of events that we donate the equipment to.
Nope, that's all good. My last question is, okay, the recycling contract at CSV, is that in regards to our facilities that we have to, the 24,000, is that to pick up our own, or to get picked up? Now,
Yes.
I guess they would have Coke pop cans and stuff, because I was thinking, is there an avenue ourselves, like at my work, it's all about recycling paper and cardboard. So we only have, so I think we have a possibility, Cornwall would do paper, cardboard, but not metal, or maybe elaborate on that.
Yeah, what's reflected is the initial quote that was received for mixed recycling. And what Blake is currently exploring is how we're going to deal with the cardboard. The cardboard seems to be a relatively easy solution. It's the mixed for our buildings where we have pop cans and water bottles and those things, and that's where we're working through now to try and bring that number down from the 24,000 to something that's a little more reasonable. Is that, I think that would reflect where we're at?
Yes, that's exactly right. There was, I didn't bother to correct it. It's 28,800 to do our buildings. So I discussed with North Dundas, some other colleagues in other municipalities about what they are doing. Some are just paying whatever it costs. North Dundas went with a system that, because they have the ability to use Ottawa company, which the Cornwall company doesn't provide that. They're trying to increase their services, but we're in the boundary where they can do North Dundas, they can't come and do us. So right now, all we could get through the one company that I investigated is cardboard collection. And we don't want to be in a municipality to see we're not basically doing all the recycling we can and asking the residents to do the same thing to reduce garbage. So that's where the conversation with the CEO and yourself, Frank, with what else is out there. The problem is some people won't come because it's not feasible to come for a few buildings here and there and drive around the town.
That's still ongoing?
It's
right now?
ongoing.
And we're looking at our own at 24, but are we also looking at getting answers for our commercial residents? And just because I know there's been a lot of chatter, so just to put it out there, so our office, Miller Waste is the one doing Russell Township, and there's a number, so we just reached out, not myself personally, but our office, and there's a guy from Miller that came to our office, identified, now they're coming every 2 weeks. They'll pick up at a cost of $45, so basically $90 a month, only paper and cardboard, so it's not metal, and they are structured in a way that if they see it needs less, so it's a contract specific with commercial business and Miller. Has nothing to do with the Township of Russell. So I don't know if something that we can at least bring.
I've been approaching the businesses, I mean, with the weather conditions we had the last little while. I haven't hit everyone. I think they're pretty well satisfied with what's going on, and we're still trying to get a full solution for what they can do. And going back to what you mentioned about Miller coming in, we have to find some place to get rid of our plastics, our cans, our glass, to fully recycle like the residents are doing now, in my opinion. Other places are just throwing it in going to dump.
Well, we'll leave it in our CAO's hands
Yeah.
to collaborate with staff and.
Yeah, through you, Mayor, we're working with, so Blake has been in contact with those businesses that were part of the program last year to give them some solutions, and we now have one more with Miller Waste. So and then they can work out those contracts because it's out of the township's, as you know, it's out of the township's hands. But certainly it's us that gets the phone calls. So we want to make sure that we're providing them with some solutions to help them solve their recycling problem. But we'll continue to work through our current recycling.
Yeah. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Densham.
Yeah, and thank you for touching on that, Mr. Mayor and our CAO, because that's something I wanted to suggest as well, is that in effect, the province in their decision left some of the businesses and other commercial properties in our area high and dry, in the sense that they had to find their own recycling, and then come the 1-year term, they thought they could easily sign up for another year, and they get dropped again. And yet, as the CAO pointed out, we get the calls, we get the flack. So if we could find a solution where still the commercial properties can bear the cost, but if we could be the point of contact for them, maybe this is asking too much, but so that the strength of the municipal voice feeds into that provider rather than just one business saying, I'm not satisfied, then potentially could we consolidate this so that we still kind of become the provider for the commercial enterprises that we were supporting in the past. We can collect or whatever, and then, but we have one voice to the provider so that if they're not doing a job well, our voice is stronger. So is that something we could potentially consider and as part of the research we're doing on this?
Just to put a little bit more content, so I was at the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus. I had a discussion. So right now they're trying to remove the aspect of, like say, food bank that have a ton of cardboard because everything comes packaged up. And here they are, a nonprofit, and now they're in turn considered as commercial, that they have to pay to remove their. So there was talks at the caucus at a higher level. I spoke to 5 mayors about our issue with. And basically, majority of them was all, we finished last January 1st, and if a business wants to collect their garbage, here are the numbers, and they can phone Miller, they can phone whoever. So they all, on what you're saying about yes, helping them out, they all said there's phone numbers there. If you need, get yourself a bin. Some people will have just a bin in the yard, and every once a month it comes and they empty it. So it's something that, yes, we could be, but at the same time, there's many out there that are saying it is now the province that took this over. And when you say it affects our business it's not it affects the business in Ontario as a whole. So that's something just to consider when you're moving forward. So.
Yes, through you, Mayor, and with all due respect, Deputy Mayor Densham, in terms of proceeding down that road, I think we would want to be very cautious about taking on responsibilities for services that we are not directly responsible for. So I heard your recommendation. We'll consider that, but moving forward cautiously with exploring that and what we can do. And I appreciate the response that other township municipalities are taking, where it's here's the number, may not be the level of service that we want to provide. I think the steps that Blake is taking to at least provide some viable options is us recognizing the concern from our business owners in the area, helping them get there, and then as we move forward with wherever this move goes on a more global basis, then we can start to make some decisions about what routes we want to go.
Just
Quickly, because
Yeah.
we're going on a different line,
Yeah,
but go ahead
but,
quickly.
I believe we were the only ones who actually helped the businesses out because that option was there. The company was agreeing to do it for a minimum charge, what it is. So basically, the year before, most municipalities just said, business, you're on your own. So, And that's what made it a little bit worse, because we did do a little extra for them.
And our networking, and like I said, is granted, we aim to try to help as much as we can, but again, it's just, we don't want to go too far and take something on that's not our responsibility. Okay, so with that said, are we, any further questions in regards to waste? Seeing none, Elliot, I guess you're off the hook. So, Lachlan, take it on to, I guess we go to rec next, I believe.
Yes, we'll be starting with the rec associations. And again, through you, Mr. Mayor. So this is, again, another thing where we oversee it, but we don't do all the work about it. There are the rec groups. I believe there are agreements with many of them, and always looking to improve those. Those are your rec associations for your communities. So a few 2025 accomplishments. Standard operating procedures policy for rentals was created. Update of an alcohol policy. Chrysler boat dock site preparation complete. Building assessments are updated. There are some in this budget as well. Completion of phase 1 at DC Valrath Memorial Park. And then various small projects. Ongoing is the park master plan, and that goes into 2026 highlights. We're going to, again, with funding and grants, this is very dependent on, like, we fund it through grants and donations, as you're very much aware. Berwick Ballpark, renewal of ARC agreement, installation of new dock in Chrysler, Trillium grants, if we can get them, Chrysler accessibility, Monkland washrooms, and various building evaluations. So I suppose the theme of your associations, and it's very familiar to you, it will be, it's either funded through donations for the most part, or grants. So this one is actually offset by a carryover from 2024. So this money did come to the general reserve, so we're just returning it because it was the right place. So this will be offset. There's no tax implication is what I'm trying to say for the dugout and benches in Berwick. In Monkland, this particular one is paid for via taxation, and it's a building assessment as we own the building. Avonmore in there, we'll go through, I should have mentioned that the worksheets are on page 16 for rec associations if you want to find that there. Back to the presentation, Avonmore, new roof and pool change room. These will proceed only if grant funding is found. Generator at Moose Creek, half through donations, half through a found grant. Fencing, paid for via taxation. So I just highlight the paid for via taxation because these are the big projects, and if you're looking to change your taxation, grants and donations will not affect that. There's phase 1 fire alarm. We do have $35,800 in the reserve, and then the next $11,200 would be paid for via taxation in Chrysler. The boat dock, again, grant funded. Building assessment, because we own it at $10,000, would be via taxation. And then the playground and the footbridge are if grants are found and the donations are received. In Finch, we have all these items only like portions funded by the Trillium grant. The accessible washrooms, I believe we're on the hook for just a slight bit, but again, $5,000, it's not a large amount. And the outdoor gym is if we get the EASE grant. You'll note that your Parks and Recreation is there's a lot of grants, and you've been quite successful over the years, so congratulations for that, because not all municipalities are so well funded through grants. $72,000 for a pickup truck. So this is one point that I think does bear some conversation, because in the 2025 budget, it was to be done in 2026, but it was moved out for discussion. So this is something that would be like to add. It's just not included in the numbers presented to you today. So overall, that would be your rec associations, the high-level items, but you might want to, again, we'll go back into the budget worksheets, and if you have any comments and questions, Pierre is here and capable of answering.
Just working off the top, I noticed for on the revenue side, if for this year's cycle, we're not anticipating anything through the Canada Summer Jobs Program. Are we not applying for any Canada Jobs funding at all?
Through the chair, yes, we did include them in the budget because it doesn't affect the township at all. So that's why we removed them. We did put all our application but this has no implication on our budget. Because whatever we get funded, the difference we charge back to recreation. So it just makes confusing that it seems like we're getting more income, but at the end it balances out to zero.
If you'd like some clarity on that, Melissa might be able to provide, just say it in a financial way, if you don't.
Just, I'm looking in years past that it was budgeted for, and then as the funds came in, and it kind of reconciled itself. But it just, but this is the first year, it's just coming up as zeros for revenues.
So through discussion, because the grants, the amounts that we've been getting keep reducing, and Pierre and I had discussed about potentially not showing it just because it's cost recovery. So anything that we pay out through the expense is a cost recovery through the grant, or it's invoiced back to the recreation group. And so, like, you know, for 2025, we had a budget of 26,000, but we only received 4,800. But the difference of what the salaries were for the students would have been cost recovered through invoicing it back out to the rec group. So it's just shown differently, and it makes it a little harder to budget it for it when we don't know what funds we're actually going to receive.
So if I may clear that, like some years we do apply for 11 students that could come potentially to around $30,000, but last year we got 4,000. So then it's hard to match what we're going to actually receive from funding. There's nothing secured anymore. We can't say, well, we're going to be guaranteed 6 or 7 or 8 students. Last year we got 2. So it kind of threw out the whole budget going, okay, even though they're charged back to rec, it just doesn't look like we have a big revenue. Then we have a big chargeback at the end. Okay.
But there is a bunch of provincial coming, I think.
But I encourage you to go after federal because they've been cutting that summer job program.
Yeah, yeah. So you're good? Yeah. So go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
No, just commenting on that item, because what I like about it is it keeps visibility. We've been having a lot of conversations with the rec groups over the years, as you know, Pierre, how it's getting tougher and tougher to get grants. And I think this just continues to provide support for the rec groups, because now the rec groups, either they have to fundraise themselves or charge to offset that. And I think keeping visibility of that at the council table kind of helps to understand how the landscape is evolving from a financial perspective, to be sure that, because again, there's all kinds of discussions and ideas that come from the rec groups, anything from, you know, we should be getting more grants to the municipality or the ratepayers should be paying for these students, et cetera, et cetera. So I just like the visibility of it in there. So if it's a whole lot of extra work and headache and stuff, then maybe it's not worth it. But I just always appreciated the visibility on that, because it helps us understand the dynamics as it's playing out on the financial pressures that everybody, especially the volunteers, are experiencing.
Go ahead, Lachlan.
And if I may, through you, Mr. Mayor, it will be reflected in the actuals, but if you want to see it during the budget, I don't know if that would be overly burdensome, because yeah, we could put the money in that we may or may not get, but we will certainly put the money that we do get. So through you, Mr. Mayor, if you think you and your council would like it done as it had been in the past, I mean, it's not a big burden to us either way, but the actuals will show once we get them.
The other, I might have one. So in regards to library, I think I've answered my own question, but we've got 25,000, I believe, would come only from Avonmore and Chrysler. If we look in 2024, we got 35,000 from, so is Finch is with the arena at 12,000. Is that where we're coming up to the 12 and 25, which would be more like 37?
I think the comment was, yes, that sounded correct. There was a change in 2025, so that's it.
Okay. Go ahead, Dusty.
Yeah, I've got a few items here. The building assessments, is that to help enable the ability to get grants?
Through the chair, yes, and to evaluate where we're at as far as situation for if we need to change roof, if we need to change HVACs, if we need, we have, right now, presently, we have none. No building ever been assessed, so we don't know when the roof needs to be changed, either in Monkland or HVAC needs to be changed. I think even for insulation or stuff like this, that we can potentially go and get grants, but it'll tell us what the evaluation of a building, what needs to be changed in the near future. Because right now, we're just guessing what needs to be done compared with the assessment. We'll have a timeline at what's expected to be changed to keep our building up to par, right?
Yeah, okay. It just makes me nervous with the Monkland building assessment, because that's a building that's quite old and hasn't had a lot of upgrades recently. On the big presentation that Lachlan did, there was fencing for Moose Creek. What is that fencing for?
Through the chair, during the construction of the new recreation center, there used to be a fence there all the way down, and it got removed during construction, and somewhere it disappeared from the property. So last year, we did replace one section of it through taxation, and now we have to do the other section where it was removed and not put back or replaced.
Okay.
That was part of during the construction.
And we feel we still need it.
Yeah, that's a section where we're gonna close near the gate as the entrance for where the cars are going to the pool.
Okay.
There's a section we gotta close it for the AGCO license.
Okay. I mentioned this earlier and last night, I think, snow removal has kind of disappeared off of this. And I think part of that is the expense is therefore being borne by Public Works. And I would prefer to see it where the expense is actually being realized, because then we know where the cost is, especially if, and I'm not sure, I can't remember our ARC agreement, who covered the cost of snow removal. And if the rec groups are they not getting charged back? Or
Through the ARC agreement, through the chair, it is township responsibility.
Okay, and that makes it less critical. The one thing, I'm not sure if the mayor was going to bring this up, was the fire alarm panel, again, in Chrysler. Again, I'd love to really understand the legislation driving that recommendation. My experience, a lot of things like this are grandfathered in, and I'd really want to be certain that, that we're very, very comfortable that this is a must-have. As we've had discussions in the past, the building is pretty open concept, and so there's how much is actually needed in terms of risk mitigation versus trying to comply with legislation. That's where I question, given the size of the expense, whether or not it's a absolute necessary expense.
Okay, through the chair, this was brought up last year to the fire department and the chief building official and through AGCO regulations. That because now it's an assembly hall, that anything go over 150 patrons attending the event is got to have a fire panel. So I don't know if you guys want to.
And I spoke to the CBO on that as well. We have two legislation, the first one being the building code. Just to clarify, fire doesn't build, fire maintains, and the building code builds. The fire code does have a retrofit. This was a missed amongst a few things, but that should have been at the state when they did the installation of when they applied for their liquor license, it should have been restricted at that time. So the building code does clarify, and the legislation, and it states, a total occupant load of more than 300 other than open air seating areas, which is in this case, if there's no alcohol, the maximum will be 300. And a licensed beverage establishment with an occupant load of more than 150, an alarm system has to be installed. The fire code enforces that. So I'm not sure what happened in the past, but when Andre and I did some inspections and some stuff, we've discovered that a few of the rec groups didn't have them. This is phase one, and then the discussion will have to be had about the dome because they're in the same boat. So if the discussion is not to install a fire alarm system in the dome, the discussion 2 years ago was that we were going to reduce the occupancy of the dome.
So The dome, my mic on, yeah. So the dome is another
Yeah, it's
another
another
entity
entity, yeah.
altogether. Can, with the dome, say, for example, if we do one event in our year, which right now I don't think we've had a major event, and can we not do a fire watch where most of our community firefighters are probably going to be involved in attending if it's a big event? Could we not do,
Fire watch
like,
is,
again, you've got one dome, you walk into the building, what is a panel going to do? And that should, to me, a delegation, I don't know, the legislative part of it does not make any sense, and I'm a common sense kind of guy, but to go and basically steal $100,000 out of my resident's pocket for nonsense is where I have big issues.
it's a
And-
building code. So it's a building code issue, not a fire code issue. It's a building code issue. The building code is very strict, and that Andre can speak to it. We supplement, we maintain what the building code requires. This is a building code requirement. There should have been caught when the application for the licensing was done. It wasn't. I can't speak to what happened 10 or 20 years ago. I can only speak to what Andre and I have been noticing in the last 5 years. So to stand here and say that you're not in compliance.
So-
The fire watch is simply a temporary measure that is in a fire safety plan. So if your fire safety plan says that your alarm system is not working or is not functioning as it should, that you are to add staff or anything to that effect to do a fire watch. It is just a temporary measure to the business or usually a care center to continue working and to continue facilitating their care to residents. That's usually when it's used. To use firefighters as volunteers, even if they're off-duty, their due diligence is much higher than anybody at this table because of their training. So that would increase, and again, I know that liability is there, but it would increase your chances of liabilities because of the due diligence of a firefighter. It is not something I recommend, but if they choose on their personal time to do so, that's up to them. But to say that we would have a fire watch to replace a fire alarm system, it shouldn't be permitted, no, sir. So,
Maybe I'll get Pierre's answer and then I'll come to
Through
you,
the chair,
Allison.
if you look at any new establishment right now, a fire panel is mandatory for all new assembly that's going to have AGCO. So this is.
I support
it's-
that 100%.
That's the new, and Chrysler never got done in the past, or capacity is close to 400 patrons or 400 guests. Therefore, when the AGCO, you open your bar, the regulation says if you open your bar with more than 150 patrons or guests in the community center, you need to have a fire panel. So for the community center, we're not talking about the dome, community center.
I'm not familiar with the ADCO requirement. This is building code requirement. It was required in the past, like I said, and it was missed. We do have some letters on file from certain groups that stated that they would limit it to 150. But again, that hasn't been the practice because it just gets lost in the transfer of people. But this is a requirement by law, and we've looked up and down, Andre and I, to see if we can avoid, especially the cost, but there's no way.
So it's building code?
It is building
So it's
code.
Andre.
It's
Bah.
Andre's fault, yeah. That's what I said. But he gave me the paper.
Did you want to add to that, Andre?
So, when there's a building permit issue for a new construction, yes, the fire code requires a fire alarm. So when we do a visit on an existing building, so we know the code requires it, then we go to checking the fire code. Does the fire code still require it? So yes, if it does on existing building, then it is required.
Because through the Ontario Building Code, if my house, my office is not to code, unless I ask for a building permit, no, you can't do it. It's grandfathered in the sense that if I ask for a building permit, I have to meet I don't have strobes in my smoke alarms, but it's now part of the building code. That is exactly what I'm getting at. The new hall in Moose Creek has to meet the building code that we built. The Chrysler Hall is,
Same.
Existing hall, so the fire code triggers,
Applies,
if it's required under the fire code, then it is required. That's why we brought it in a few years back in Finch, into the arena.
No.
So
So
now
whether-
what you're
whether
saying,
they're-
it's not the building code, now we're back to
So-
fire.
Yeah.
So
So-
what I'm saying is, yes,
Yeah, yeah.
fire alarm is required in all new construction, okay? But if we have an existing building and the fire code requires it, yes, it should have been there in the first place, that,
That's the problem.
yeah.
And we're all talking about the community center, we're not talking about the dome.
No, the community center.
Like, I mean, we're, from the way it looks, we're not gonna win this battle. The only outcome is whether there's a fire or no fire. All I'm saying is that alarm on the wall has zero effect on the community center in Chrysler when you walk there. If there's a call and the fire department shows up, they don't need a panel to tell them. If they look in the hall and there's nothing, then there's no fire. If the smoke's coming out of the kitchen or the bathroom, there's no, if you're in a condominium, there's 12 apartments, you get to the door and you look and you say, it's in apartment number 4, I would put it in tomorrow morning. That's the value I'm saying, that it's not meeting, it's not serving our community, whether there's a panel there or no panel there, is just my thoughts. But with that said, did you want to add to that?
Just one, we deal with building code, fire code, ag code, but the other piece that the township has to recognize is liability. And when we don't meet those codes, then we are putting the corporation in a liable position, and that might be the difference between your business in Emblem, the liability versus the liability of the township. So we just have to keep that, the codes are there for everybody. However, the liability in a municipality is almost a trump card.
Well, let's put the discussion to rest. So, we had, I believe we had put 50,000 in reserves for this in the past. So does that mean we're now having 100?
In 2025, we did spend some money to get the plans ready, the engineers and everything. And now we have an RFQ for 46. So whatever's remaining in 2025 can be transferred, but I think the total is going to cost around 70,000 instead of 100,000. Because we had put 50,000 in 2025, 50,000 in 2026. But we don't need the 50,000 in 2026. We'll need just a balance that's indicated in the budget.
So do we have somewhere hidden in there, Kim, for what was? And I can let you, but that would be, because I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
we did
I can
not.
speak to it.
I said, well, buy us time, because I didn't agree with it, and I said we would put it, so.
Yeah, so the
there-
50,000 was used to get the RFQ, the plans, the engineerings and everything else. That was part of the plan, so that we could get
not
a
all of
more
it.
accurate cost for the RFQ and
But
get a
that wouldn't
price.
be the whole 50.
That wouldn't be, so Pierre has the leftover, and then whatever he needs this year.
Financially, if I may, that's that 35,800 is kind of like that would be the remainder of the 50,000. So then the 11,200 would be paid for 2026. Yeah. So in 2025, there was 50.
So
We
you're
used,
saying
we used 15, and
for
then now-
taxation, it's only 11,000 in this budget?
correct.
Now, that's good, go ahead.
I just have a couple more items. Near the end of the expenses for recreation, there's Finch facility maintenance of $4,000. We haven't budgeted for it in the past, and the actuals have been very small, $1,000 or less. Ish. What's changed there?
Okay, through the chair, I did highlight that one because one of these expenses is, well, actually two of them. One of them is the elevator. The elevator always been charged to the arena as part of an arena expense. That's why some of these expenses I'm trying to move away. Is it really an arena expense? We don't need an elevator to get on the ice. So it's actually a building expense. and saying in the past, HVAC was always paid by the township for the hall. I removed that. A portion of that is removed because to take it off of our budget of arena, because technically the HVAC of the arena in Finch now will be invoiced to Finch Rec, like we do all the maintenance for the other HVAC and all the other facilities. So that's why this year we signed maintenance contracts with the HVAC, and each all are assigned how much it's gonna cost them per year. But
So
the
we'll
four
see.
thousand is, the elevator is $4,000 a year. The TSSA, the inspections, and the certificate.
Makes sense. Yeah, so we'll see an appropriate reduction in the arena
Correct.
expenses then, okay. Just a comment, if you're looking to get the pickup truck, I'm not sure that you're expensing your mileage as much as you should be, so that we can justify, making it cost less by getting a pickup truck. So I would encourage you to expense your mileage so that we can. But the pickup truck is for rec, is it not?
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm assuming that whoever, what is that pickup truck for? I know it's not included in the budget, and I agree not to include it in the budget, but it may show up next year, so I'd love to get a bit more information on that.
It was included last year. I do have to attend, now that I'm in charge of facilities, I am on call for facilities. I do attend meetings at night. I do have to go visit our parks. And right now I'm using my personal vehicle, which I refuse to use, and it's my right to refuse it. And somehow I need a vehicle.
Yeah, like I say, I think you're owed mileage, and maybe I would have expected to see the mileage, because I think I've looked at it, I can't remember where it is, but I'm pretty sure there's a mileage in there that felt kind of light to offset that, but I think you proved your case pretty quickly if you actually charge for the mileage that you're using, because I
Yes.
agree. I see you all over the place, and I see you supporting a lot of the rec groups, and I also agree that you should not be footing the bill personally for all that work.
So through the chair, if you look in 2025, the actual was 1,005 for my mileage. And in 2024, it was 1,020 for my mileage. And this year, I put $200 in case I had to use my truck. That's where the difference, but if you look, you have a fuel rec director, you have the fuel of 1,500.
That would fall under our policy of payments for mileage? Like that just falls under our,
So lately, I've been trying to reach roads when they have a truck available to help out the situation, but they're shorter trucks, so we're not farther going. And it's a constant search of where a truck is available to go to a meeting, or to go to a call for a facility, or go visit with a contractor. Like I said, it's right now I'm using my own vehicle, and it's.
Yeah, for sure. I think the general practice in business is that when you get to the point where you're using your personal vehicle and it's costing the corporation more, then it only makes sense to do that. So again, anyhow, I'll leave the points there. My last point on rec is more a general comment. There's been a lot of really good projects that are going in, and I know that we've talked about this. I just think we need to, this year, find a time to sit down and update the ARC agreement, because I think we're creating a lot of future maintenance costs, potentially, for the ratepayer to bear, when we're already still trying to catch up on reserves for what's already there. And I know we've had different discussions and ideas and started some discussions with some of the rec groups, but I think this year we need to find a way to get a firmly documented ARC agreement, because the message I'm hearing is volunteerism and attendance at events is going down, but rec is getting way more expensive, and we can't sustain that. So we need to be sure that we're going in eyes wide open on how we work together with the rec groups. They play an important and a very, very important role in our community, and they need to be supported. But at the same time, if people aren't using the services, we need to be careful not to be creating a whole lot more expenses for the ratepayer to pay for services and equipment that is being used less and less into the future. So just a general comment there.
If I may, through the chair, there's an item I'd like council to review, is that $70,99,000, they transferred for reserve for Moose Creek Pool filter. That's been outgoing for quite a few years. Council in the past had put money in this reserve for the filter itself. I believe there was a delegation done by Moose Creek to take some of these funds to paint the pool. 70,99,000 transfer to reserve Moose Creek for the amount of 10,000.
Page 18, third from the bottom.
So I don't know what decision is going to be taken, because it used to be $35,000. They came in and requested 25, I believe, if maybe finance can help me out with the numbers. And it was approved by council for painting and sandblasting, which this money was assigned for changing the filters. Now we're coming back again with another $10,000 to put in reserve for the pool filter. So at what point do we keep on putting money for this filter that it could break tomorrow? It's way over its capacity. But at what point is it filter considered a capital? Is it considered operational? And that's where we have issues with. This unit is humongous. So and the reason now, the way they set it up at the pool is they'll have to take some walls down to be able to take it out. So there's a major issue in the construction of where it's got put, that now we have to take some walls out to pull this situation out. So that's one item that I'll let council, how we're going to keep on going on this. I know they've been fundraising for the last 2 taste fests, going straight for the pool, for the capital of a filter. How much is this funds that the township will be putting towards that filter? It'll be up to council discretion, because right now, and if we do, I suggest to recommend that they cannot come and get these funds again for an operating such as pool painting, because we should be sitting with 35,000, and right now we're sitting with just 10,000. About 80,000 they mentioned, with taking the walls down and everything. Nobody did an actual estimate on it, just everybody's doing guesswork. I asked for an estimate and I never got it. They figured it's gonna be over 80,000. I know presently from their budget they submitted, that money is sitting in the pool account for this capital project. So this is one thing, how much this township wants to, or we say we keep the 10,000, or is there a maximum that was decided years ago on how much capital that the township's gonna pay on this project? Because right now, every year they're coming back and say, well, township's supposed to put money in this reserve for this filter every year. So at what point do we?
So I was aware about the filter, like the money going to reserve for the filter. Did that come to count? I was not aware that they took that money to, I know they had repainted, but I was not aware that they took the money out of that reserve to cover for sandblasting and painting.
And maybe finance can, Carly was here when that got done. So I don't know what year it got done exactly, but it came to a delegation.
Because usually when council earmarks money for specifics, should be for, and if it changes, it should be readdressed to council before we understand. Because we could have said, you know what, that's not part of, that's operational, and that, so at least we would have had the discussion and not just.
If council wish, I can look more into it when before our next budget presentation. I can tell you if it was sent by a delegation or where this come from, through finance and through a CEO, maybe through the emails.
But again, as you follow this conversation through, and like conversations, this all comes back to having a solid agreement in place, because otherwise it just feels at the individual rec group perspective as somebody's getting a favor and somebody's getting snubbed. So if we have clear understanding of what the rules of engagement were, we could potentially use the old ARC agreement, but I think that's where the challenge we always end up back into that little debate. And if there were rules to say, you know what, you could repurpose under these conditions, but you accept this responsibility, so on and so forth. And I was going to save my remarks for the arena, but again, the arena, and Pierre is doing a fantastic job on the revenue side of the arena. The challenge with the other side of rec is that we don't realize revenue. The rec groups do that, and that's why they do a lot of the work that they do, but we don't have that revenue to offset the expenses, and that's where it's kind of different, because I've had some rec members say, well, I see our community center like the arena, and so you guys should be responsible for it. And I go, okay, so then the revenue should come, because there's an awful lot of revenue that comes in. It's not a profit maker or anything like that, but it offsets a good chunk of the expenses. So anyhow, like I say, I think there is a better balance. To your point, Pierre, about who funds what, because a filter actually is in some ways, there is capital aspects to it, but it's an ongoing expense to maintain and keep in place, and I have no idea who's paying for what in those areas, and I think an ARC agreement would help with that.
So through the chair, that's our main goal in early 2026, is I already started a draft. We're going to review the draft, and we definitely need to redo this ARC agreement in construction now that there's a director in place also. So I think this is our priority right now with ARC.
Go ahead, Kim.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the whole beef seems to be with rec is what is considered capital and what is considered operating. And it really does need to be clarified so it's smooth sailing for everybody. On another note, has there been any appetite, if a vehicle is required for recreation, to possibly lease one versus purchasing one? If you're doing, say, $500 a month, you're looking at $6,000 annually versus $72,000 up front. It was just a thought. I know in the past, another municipality I worked with actually leased vehicles, and we, for the summertime especially, we had students who dealt with recreation facilities, and when you took out a 6-month lease, so they could have a vehicle for their job during the summer, but it wasn't required year-round. But just maybe a consideration, a way of affording a vehicle without having to put the bill at $72,000. It's just a thought.
And on that note, I guess a truck would be handy. Do we need a truck? Because you could do a little SUV that would maybe not be have wheels to get around. So it's an avenue that we could potentially just look into. Before you mentioned that, I leaned over to Chad and I said, has there ever been thoughts of just leasing a vehicle? So
I telepathically sent that.
Yeah. So with that said, it's something that would, and with the fact that having help in the summer might be where if you're working here, jump in so it would give access to much more. So just on that, go ahead. Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just to follow up on Deputy Mayor Dencham's comment about mileage, would it please the council for us to go back, because I understand where you're coming from, the justification and seeing $200 on that line, it's going to be hard to justify the need for a vehicle if the mileage claim, and right now we don't have a vehicle, and the Public Works one is not always available when you need to. I think I would strongly recommend that we consider a significant increase in that budget line, and if council is supportive of that we can go back and talk about what a right number is. But that way, Pierre is appropriately compensated for any time he does take it, and he's not feeling like I don't have a budget to be able to charge. We do have a policy, a bylaw that speaks specifically to mileage. For work for travel that's done for your work, and I think he should be fairly compensated if he does have to use his vehicle for a call out or that. So if council is good with that, then we can take that back and consider it in a revised budget report.
And also just back to the filter, or talking about the pool. There was 2 years that they've had the Taste Fest, which was a wonderful fundraising event, and that money is deemed, I think, allocated towards that filter. This year alone, I think, was substantial, 30.
Yeah, close to 30,000.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that first year, again, I think was very successful. is that money with the pool side, or is this money in the townships? Because I'm just worried that if it's not in our hands, they did the painting of the pool, if they decide to do, and then when it comes to change the filter, and now it's all on us, that's the part that we need to have a good discussion on what's going on here, where right now, with the money they've raised and the money that we've so far allocated, never mind the painting of the pool, we've got more than enough to do a filter. So now the pool, it just escalates to now we're losing track on what we are mandated to do and should do or shouldn't do. So
That's what people gave their money for, and we should respect what people do.
yeah, yeah. So again, that's something just to bring up so that just some clarity to council. So further questions, go ahead.
Actually, just to continue on that line of thought, if that is the case, and they give back to you a report of where they sit with the financials and the money that would already be sitting in reserves, should we not at this point then be proactively looking at doing that replacement until waiting till it fails? So if this pump fails mid-July and you've lost the entire summer for the pool, would it not be more prudent to start planning for this and saying, hey, the money's already there, let's get this project, let's make sure it's a go, and have it done in the spring so that come, June, mid-June, the pool opens as scheduled.
Through the chair, I did propose that to them to look into getting this done before it breaks, but I can only do recommendation to volunteers. I can't enforce, okay, we're going to do it in 2026 or 2027. Do you know what the reaction is going to be? So what happens when they do a fundraiser like Taste Fest, once the activity or the event is completed, we receive all the money for taxation for receipts. We get the invoices. We transfer back the money to the organization recreation for any fundraiser. We cannot keep it in the township account as a reserve. It's not our money. It's their money, and it's assigned to that. If they don't do what they're supposed to do with this money, it's up to them to respond to the residents. That's why we're doing it this way, because if they change their mind and do another project, we didn't do the fundraising. I don't want the township to have to say, well, township said it was going to be for this. It's not a township project. It's the Moose Creek or Avonmore or Monkland project. It's not a township project. So we don't want to be liable to residents that donated to this saying, well, this project didn't get done, it's the township fault. It's not. So that's why these projects are specific with a specific GL number. And as soon as the event is done for the fundraiser, we return the money to the organization, and they're in charge of their project and the funds.
It seems a little counterintuitive if it is being set aside specifically for it and then saying we don't have any kind of recourse to make sure that it is used for that. If we don't have direct say on it, maybe the proposal should be that we, as a council, are looking to move this project forward, and now is the time to do it. And we'd like to see where their accounts stand, and if they would like to see the project, really putting the ball back to the court. Yes, we'd like to see this project done. The money is there. Great job. You successfully raised what you needed to do through Taste Fest. Let's give the asset back to the residents in Moose Creek and the general area that will use the pool. So I would find it difficult for them to see this as contentious or want to be like, whoa, don't tell. Well, we're literally giving you the green light to go ahead with what you want to do, and we're encouraging you and giving you our thumbs up to do it. So hopefully, if it can be presented to them in that way, it is something we could look at.
On the same note, that we need to identify what we do have, because if we say you go right ahead, well, if we don't have the money to back up.
But and that's where we're saying if we know, if they can say we've got $75,000 in that account and we've got 25 or 30 sitting in ours, we have the funds. We want to see it as a capital project this year. Let's get it going. I think it'd be hard for them to push and say we don't want to see this happen. Like, let's wait till it breaks.
So if this is council direction you want me to take, I can surely move ahead in this and get it done in early 2026. We just reach out to Moose Creek.
Yeah, I would
Pool and-
maybe, before we go too far, I would just
Yeah.
do an assessment, good, so, go ahead, Chad.
Yeah.
Before final budget, I can,
Yeah, and I'm happy to support with that, and I would suggest that it's a conversation, a question, what's the barrier to this happening? And then we can identify what they see as their barrier. If it's financial, that's one thing. If there's another barrier that's there, then we can help them get over that barrier. So recognizing what the barriers are, and then we're asking questions, we're not directing, because that's when we get less action. So I can support.
okay,
Pierre.
perfect. And I'll reach out to the pool, but at the same time, I have to reach out to CBO because once we start playing with infrastructure, we need engineers. That's the sad part. As soon as municipal stuff being worked on or walls being we have an engineer cost that we have to take in consideration.
Yeah, and I may be wrong on this, but given that this old filter sounds like a beast, and it may just be cheaper to rip it down and put something new in, and it may be actually more cost effective in ongoing costs, et cetera, et cetera. So again, I would look at it holistically and make sure that we're not following a prescribed plan that may not be the most efficient way of doing this.
So through the chair, I'll work with our CEO and we'll get a plan together for council and to the best interest of the municipality.
Go ahead, Kim.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think the rec director, we asked for financials from the various associations. I've been trying to look for it. I can't find their latest statements to see what they have. Because that might be one thing to look for, like the last statement we had, plus we'll put, say, 30,000, so we can know roughly what they have before we can, it gives us an idea of where they stand.
Yeah, and I'm not sure, Pierre, you're usually pretty good at identifying that. Is there a possibility in grant funding for a recreational thing of that sort? Because that is something else that can be
Through the chair, grant funding is something you got to plan. It's got to be planned like 6 or 8 months. So if you say we're looking at a filter for 2027, then we can look at grants in 2026 coming out that we can put towards a filter. If we plan on doing it in 2026, the odds of finding a grant, by the time you get your answer for the grant and by the time you get to do your project, well, the year's over. So that's the nice about
And
grants,
it's
it's fun, but there's restriction on timelines and by
It's
the
a
time you
hit
get
and
the
miss,
answer.
but it's something possibly that, like I know we're saying about, let's do it now. There's something that could possibly look at getting through the 2026 summer season, and from there do a grant, and then line up to get something done over the spring of 2027 is another opportunity. It's just, I like to at least look at the potential of grants versus just saying, oh, we're going to change the motor and give them 80,000. So, and if nothing's mentioned that it's going to fail and we should change it according to the rec group, they're not talking about where they obviously they're waiting for it to fail, but who says it's not going to last this summer coming? So for now, it's not going to change other than the truck. So like I said, the truck is showing 72. They're expensive, and even to go look at lease. But to get options, is there appetite to look at just to come up numbers before second draft? Just identifying if we can get a $5,000-6,000 lease, would that be appetite of council? And running it more as operational versus buying something for.
And through the chair, I totally agree with the mayor. It could be just a vehicle. If I need to go and do maintenance where I need to bring tools and everything, I can always reach out to Public Works to see which day they'll have a truck available and put the tools on board and then go and fix what we need to be fixed. Right? I just mentioned a truck, but it could also be any vehicle as long as it can bring me from point A to point B.
Yeah.
I got an e-bike.
Okay, so If I don't see any further questions for rec, does finance have sort of the directions we're talking about? Was there, throughout all these discussions, was there questions on your part?
None on mine really, but I think maybe Kim.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the only thing I had was, we're gonna look at the fire panel, see which way we're gonna go with that, but it is required. The pool filter that needs to be done, we'll have to look at that.
Again, just to it own, like, now that it's even better, it's only 11,400.
So that's fine.
Which is, better to absorb.
Does council wish us to look at possible leasing options of a vehicle versus purchasing? But in the interim, do you want the mileage line increased from $200 to, say, I don't know, 2,500?
Well,
I don't know.
for now, we can bring it back, so if, through Pierre, yourself, Blake, somebody look into some possibilities for financing, which will eliminate the fuel line item. Mind you, we would have to we have to fill it, but we just put that on Public Works. Nobody sees it, fires it. So.
There is a line on page 17, it's already there, fuel rec director. There's a line that says $1,500.
Yes, we're just saying that maybe to up that to 2,500, just at our bylaw has mileage. Go ahead.
Just, I guess my question would be to go, I need to look a little more closely at our bylaws around, because we don't pay for fuel. I don't remember seeing anything that refers to paying for fuel. We have a mileage, but maybe there is something further.
No fuel, I'm talking about if we own the vehicle.
I understand, yes.
Again, there's fuel, but mileage is if it's his own personal vehicle.
Through you,
Right.
Mr. Mayor, the fuel charges, I believe, were for when the Public Works truck was borrowed and fuel was put into that. So
Okay.
mileage would not be
Which
given.
is the $200?
No,
No.
mileage would not be given. It would be simply fueling up the truck that he's borrowing versus using his own truck.
So the money paid to the recreation director is for mileage, not for gas. The gas is the internal.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
So I'll just, the mileage is the same as if you look at 2025, it's 72 cents a kilometer, right? But if you look at the line 4500, what I did is I took an average of fuel of our bylaw, and I went an average of how much fuel I think I'd use in 1 year in a new vehicle, and that's why you'll see the $1,500. It's in conjunction with a new vehicle or using one of their vehicle, my portion of the fuel in the system.
So right now, you put fuel in at the 1,500 is for if we did have a vehicle.
Correct.
Is in there.
Yeah,
But
so
the
if you,
truck- But the truck's not in there yet.
correct. Because if you look at some of my expenses on me, when I go and fuel the truck, when I use the truck from roads and it's empty, I stop in Moncton and then I put it on my credit card. It falls into my expenses even though it's their vehicle.
Okay, so does that make sense if you can kind of,
Through you, Mr. Mayor, do you want me to look up some leasing options?
I would say yes.
Okay. And I'll coordinate with the rec director to see what vehicle he can live with. Like, I think a smart car would look really great.
Yeah, with a smart car, with a hitch, because the mayor, I have a little trailer he can borrow and.
Christmas.
Yeah, the Christmas float. It could be. Okay, so any further last questions? We're done with rec. Go ahead.
Through the mayor, sometimes there's opportunities come up that they approach me about generators that they want to sell that because they, like we're doing in Chrysler, the generator that was built and designed with the new implementation of the upgrades, it's not big enough. But we did have other people approach me, say, well, this generator was there as a backup. Now that we did this, we had to increase it, and we're selling it. Like Steve Beeler could tell me there's a good deal on this generator that maybe we could use that in the municipality on certain ones you request generators for. But that would be an on-the-spot kind of approach to council, say, well, here's an opportunity, something that, I don't know if you pre-planned it, but we are going to have we get generator in Chrysler, we are going to have a generator. It's just not big enough. One we have for the pump station. I mean, it's not at the end of life. Yeah. So there's things like that that happen during the year that I think it's hard to bring it up because it might be the best value for the dollar, but I can never guarantee with a warranty, you won't get a warranty with it. So, but that happens. We had, I think, 2 last year that came to me and asked about, we have this. It wasn't big enough for this place. So, you don't try to speculate for every department and all this, but things like that come up, and maybe with the new CEO, he'll
Which
get
would be
bartering
case-
better.
Case by case, I guess we'll have to address that if
Yeah.
we see that, okay, it's a very good value, so.
And there's a purpose for it.
But just on that, isn't the finance practice on that is to assign some kind of scrap value to the one you're decommissioning, and then therefore, whether or not it goes back to a specific department, I don't know. And whether or not you repurpose it and save what you were going to spend on another one within the municipality, or you're gonna sell it offline, like, isn't the financial practice to just assign a scrap value if it's not at end of life?
Well, this will be the first time for us to actually upsize a generator that we're going to have another one. But it has to go through the budget before you even discuss.
Yeah, but we
Yeah.
do it with trucks, right? We say, okay,
Yeah,
we're
yeah,
gonna
we
get
do it
rid
with
of this
trucks.
truck.
This-
It's just a different piece of
Yeah,
equipment, so.
we do that with all our equipment.
Okay, so we're 2:30, no further questions, so I think we're good for identifying lease option and so on that was discussed. Moving on to the arena. Last and not least, right? Is that the last one, the arena?
It would be the last one, and then the conclusion is only 1 page, so that would be pretty quick.
Yeah.
Oh, fang, yeah, with the rainbow
In
at
French,
Chrysler.
that's you're hungry.
With the rainbow at Chrysler Falls. Okay, so we're good. We're good to sit down for this one. We don't need like a moment. We'll
Take
hop
it
right
away.
into it. Okay, great. So arena. Again, your org chart. I think this is a request. So if you think this is superfluous, let me know and we can take it out. But it was asked for, so we put it in everyone. Accomplishments: cost per hour analysis, development of new rental policy, new format recommended to increase rental revenue, and starting to show in the GLs, which is wonderful. Secured new 3-year contract for the arena and introduced FUG insurance for all rentals. This year will be submission for a senior grant application. I believe we applied for it last year, so that's trying to get that roof done, and we're hopeful if it is approved, the open arena will be done during the summer. So those events will be affected. Continue to update the park master plan. We took those 3 bottom items out, but to focus on the top, there's $50,000 in the budget presently transferred to reserve to continue to save if we're unsuccessful. The cost of the renovations would be $503,000. We do have that grant if successful. It's offset by a carry forward because half of it was put in last year's budget, and then $2,812 from taxation, and transfer to reserve another $10,000 to invest in future cement patching. And I think that's it for the high level things. If you want to look at your specific items on your worksheets, that would be page number 20 and I believe 21. And you may have questions there.
Thank you. So I just have the one, I appreciate, again, similar to our building department, but when you see the arena where we budgeted 250 and we're coming in at 334, is that all finalized now, Kim? Is that
Yes,
pretty
there was a
much-
small balance, as you see in my monthly report on last night, and the envelopes were dropped off Tuesday. No, sorry, they were dropped off Friday, so, but the report is already in.
So as far as revenues, we're all good. When we look at the wages, so roughly it's 19-20%, is that just due the union contract that was signed, is that basically what we're looking at as far as the wages?
Sorry, I was just getting a comment. If I may follow up, and I'll ask you to ask that question again, and through you, Mr. Mayor. When you were suggesting that we have 325, that 334 is probably pretty accurate, save for a few $100. Are you looking for us to recognize a little bit more revenue?
No, I'm just saying that the fact that that's something I think before the rec director came on board, I always struggled saying, okay, an arena will not be self-supportive, like there's so much that you have to subsidize, but you also have to try to balance where you accept the fact that, but if you look at what we had put in as far as our budget for revenue and coming in at roughly $80,000 more, that's what we're saying is we're working towards advertising, which might, we're not talking as big numbers, but might just, so I think we're going in the right direction there. And my second question, which was with regards to the increase in wages, so I know we've got the 4 staff that are unionized, is that basically just with the contract, like with the worker increases, because it's roughly between 19 and 20% increase in the wages? Is that the...
There would also be a student position, I believe, added to
yes,
accommodate
there's a
that.
new
And that
position
came
that
to,
was for student. Okay.
Yeah, so that would be the larger portion of that, but otherwise it's just regular wages as they were.
Nope, that's good. And my other one, I'm not sure if it's capital. You've got repairs and maintenance where we are ranging between 14, 20, and now we're at 65. Is that directed specific to something, Pierre?
Yes, and unfortunately, through the chair, it's a plate loop at the back in the plant. That it's on a plate loop cooler in the back of the refrigeration plant needs to be all upgraded. It's past its 10 years and it's due this year, and there's a cost of $45,000 to redo that plate cooler. Fortunately, it's not something we cannot do. It's done, and when they're usually done, they take them apart, and so that's why you'll see a extremely high jump in section 4,000. It's that one piece, but you shouldn't see this coming back for another 10 years.
And second, in regards to hydro, we had changed all the lighting in the arena. Am I correct in saying that? And I didn't think we were that high. Now I see we're running up 120,000. What would we have been paying when we had the old retro? Because back in the day, I thought our hydro was roughly around 90,000. Now we retrofit all the lights and we're paying 120.
But the price of hydro went. Yeah. The price of
And
go ahead.
through the mayor, yes, and the main cost of the hydro is running the plant, which is drawing a lot of electricity. We knew that whenever we run the plant, we extended the season. It was discussed there about the cost of the extension, the extra value and income, like the plant's gonna run, it don't run 24 hours a day, but it has to run to maintain the ice surface 24 hours a day. So
I'm not sure back in the day if we had summer hockey, maybe Chad would know that probably.
Through the chair, we have a lot of reservation in May and June. Because if you remember when we started here, I was going to evaluate if it's really worth, because my previous employment, second week of May, because of the cost of cooling during the summertime, we'd shut it down because the cost of operating was more than the cost of revenue by double. So here, if we look, the amount of reservations we got to May till the second week of June, it is feasible, even though it's expensive, it's still feasible as revenue to bring it in. You're always working on a loss, but at least it even compares to January or February as far as revenue for this last 6 weeks of operation. So that's what's really hard is, and it depends, some years, if we get a really cold fall, it reduces the amount of hydro because the plant doesn't work as hard. It all depends on your winter. The warmer the winter is, the more hydro you're going to use for your plant. The colder it is, the less you're going to use. But we are open quite a long time compared to other facilities, especially spring hockey. I think Finch is the last one to close, and it makes a difference when we go and get spring hockey or training, or we're now Finch is recognized as being a rink to go in their spring program.
Before I go to Council Blake.
Another note, whenever we did as Pierre wasn't around in that time, when we did the renovations on the arena, so we could go to spring hockey, we didn't put in, the weakest link is the installation on the roof. We don't have the installation factor that's gonna save us more money. We did the renovations to do what we had to do. That was something that was most likely before Craig's time. And maybe this time in council, that was something that maybe should be looked at as in cost savings to cost input. So it's a few things going on. I haven't actually talked to Pierre about what we did.
I might answer this question to the chair, is we had applied for a grant for the arena roof, and including in the arena roof is a new, they're called e-ceiling. In the arena, it looks like foil, but their e-ceiling, if you look at ours, it needs to be changed. So in the cost of this evaluation of the roofs was the insulation and a new e-ceiling, and insulate the back wall from the rec viewing area, because we lose a lot of cold temperature to that back wall. So these were all in that same project that unfortunately we didn't get the funds, and hopefully that grant comes back out so we can retry it. And this would be a great saving as far as energy costs for the arena if we can properly insulate it to keep our cold inside.
Questions from council? Go ahead, Steve.
Not a question, again, just to reinforce what the mayor said, congratulations. We're seeing revenue going the right way. We're reducing the overall burden on taxation, and we're putting $60,000 into reserves for 2026. So great job on what you've been able to accomplish.
No further questions? I think that wraps up each department. I will be going around and just getting a feel for council, but maybe before, are you guys kind of outside of the lease looking into for Pierre? Are we kind of an idea of where we stand with numbers so far? Your fancy little chart there that shows
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think we were going to look at the EDP agreement too, to see if there's a cost increase.
I think I looked at it, and what it is, it's I think it's 20% of the inflation. So
It's
when
not
I
gonna
said
be as huge.
when I said 6,000, it's probably going to be more closer to 1,500. But I'll have you look at the agreement.
So that's one thing I want to look at. And then I was just saying to Lachlan here, we just need to know council's direction on next steps, like if you want it presented at the next council meeting or if you want a separate meeting, et cetera. So if we can get some direction there.
So I think that right now I would not anticipate having another meeting. I think it's something we can, and Chad might cringe at me, I don't know what our schedule is for. So if it's not the 27th, which is our next meeting, that will depend on how much time staff needs to bring a second draft. To be honest with you, I would like to ratify by first meeting in February. So if it's not finalized, have something for discussion. What's 2 weeks look like for bringing back a second draft?
I do believe we just have to do a few things. You'll get some estimates, and we can turn it around fairly quickly. We have a full power with Kim back too, so you have more minds on it. And
So
I think it's
if
just
it's something that can be put on the agenda for next meeting, that we can further discuss and try to bring it back on first meeting of March to ratify. With, as far as staff, February. With regards to staff, we're still in good shape, I think, from if I look at our past history. But if we can get something first meeting in February for, I don't know if there's, Aqua needs their the thing signed or passed before they proceed with their maintenance and stuff. So, but I think we're in good shape if we can get that ratified by February, the first meeting in February.
So the mayor, yes, for my department, I believe it'd be, for processing and tendering and all this stuff, it would be helpful to have it very first of February to, and it'll give Ontario Clean Water time to get the projects and ordering and stuff and moving ahead.
When is our February meeting?
17th, I believe.
Because there's only one, eh?
There's one, so I think it's the 17th.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the first meeting in February is the 17th. I may be pushing it, but maybe we can try for the 27th meeting.
Yeah. Go ahead, Steve.
Will we have a better sense of how 2025 will finish in terms of surplus by then as well, or?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, we won't at that point in time. We're processing invoices till the end of January, and then there's going to be a bunch of transfers to and from reserve for the February meeting, so I will not have that information.
Would be for February if.
Actually, I can probably do it for February, yes.
Now, in regards to reserves, would we be only going up, right? Because if we're allocating from reserves, it's going there. But if it comes back, it would be only if we have surplus that we're not utilizing. So would it be just a positive message, or is there a chance that it would be the other way?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's actually the positive. The transfers too are right? You want 100,000 going here, 50,000, whatever. It's been done. It's the transfers from reserves that until I get the final invoices and I don't know the amounts to transfer. And same with like the building department.
But it only could be, like, it wouldn't be more.
No.
Then it would only be the amount or less.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so the idea is that if we have a significant surplus, generally we just kind of throw that into reserves and it doesn't affect the budget, but it could be an option for us to say, can we take a portion of those reserves and apply it to try to keep or try to reduce the percentage? Is that a fair? So again, I'm fine with going with the way that we've laid out the plan. I guess when we come to the January meeting, based on what we're presented, we'll just have to realize that still might be an option. We'll want to wait till February to decide whether or not we want to get a firm number on if we have a surplus and if we want to try to pull that rate down by applying some of the surplus there.
So February 17th, at the same time, if worse comes to, I've seen many years was April, which that was, so I think we're still, let's push and be as prepared as can be for the 27th, and we'll see where we stand.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, there are still year-end entries that have not been done, and they won't be done for the February meeting. So there's still opportunities for like accounts receivable for some of the tile drainage grants and things like that will not be recognized. So council is still not going to get a really true picture of where year-end is going to stand.
But directionally, we'll have a sense, yeah, okay.
Going 2:45, so Lachlan, because I think you were the one, can we get, without some of the tweaking that we did, but as far as the CIP, the 70 from GFL, what you had, can we get a kind of, are we still at the, I look at both, I think we were at 705 as our local, percent here.
Yes, I'll just draw it up. I don't see it, so I'm just going to tab around until I get it.
How about if we take 5? We've got a few minutes, and then just do that. Come back. What I'll be asking is, we'll see where we're at. I want to get a feedback from council where you would like us to see, where you would like the number that we're going for, and then we'll hopefully wrap it up. It's good to go, Nancy? It's on. Thank you. Welcome back. As you are aware, so we did finish going through each and every department. Now, Lachlan, if you can maybe just go over the details of sort of where we stand to give an idea of where council sits.
Okay, thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. If you look on your projection up here, and I'll read the numbers because I think at distance might be a little small. So we're all aware of where we started the draft. That's the total tax dollars required. The increase was 466,000. Existing was 389,000, and with growth paying for 76,000. What we did was we removed the CIP at 35,000. We removed 3/4 of the year for the economic development and communications officer of $25,000. 5,000 was added for the PC desk, etc. We added back in 5,000 for training and development and conferences, I suppose, but in that range. 16,500 we added to general government. There was missed materials. That was per Councillor Shane. GFL we put back in the revenue to offset at 70,000. From fire, we decreased the fleet cost by 15,000. We will be looking into the leased vehicle mileage charge. That might have some upwards pressure on this number. So effectively, if I allow me to scroll down, post-deliberation, it's now 4.196 or $4.2 million increase of 347,000. What that looks like, that's a levy requirement, is up 9%. Existing, so that's your tax rate, would be 706, and that increases the levy by 271, with growth paying for 76,000, about 2%. If you'll further allow me to scroll around, we'll just go to the right over here. When you take that into what people actually feel, you have the SDG County. They did theirs at 4.48%. The weighting then is at 54%, and that accounts for 2.44% increase. North Stormont's at 706, representing 33% of the tax bill, has increased by 2.37. Education representing near 12%. They didn't change, so it's 4.18% now. We started at 5.87. Just to give a little bit more information, because it is up here, it would mean that your average assessment of 220,000, that's taken from the counties just to keep it consistent, would now pay $2,824.30, of which North Stormont's portion would be about 950,000. So when you look monthly, that would be on a residential property again. Our portion would be $62.62. Overall, 125 with the counties coming in near identically to our amount. So the increased monthly tax burden, sorry, those were increases. The increased monthly tax burden for a residential property of $220,000 on North Stormont's component would be $5.22. The counties would be $5.22 for $10.44 more per month on a home valued at $220,000. At present, we will come back and it will be probably slightly adjusted upwards based on that mileage slash lease discussion, but that will come out of a future council. So that's where we stand as of right now. So this is a blended rate, and Deputy Mayor Densham had mentioned we typically have talked about the rate locally, and I don't want to hide from that. I just wanted to show you everything. So that number is 706. When put into that calculation is 481 is what people would feel an increase to their assessment. Is that clear, or I see perhaps a question?
Any questions from council, or is that? So in the past, whenever we relate to not the counties just here, so right now we basically are sitting at a 7% increase locally. So which is higher than, it's the highest that I've ever done in the 11 years. When I first started on council, it was extremely low, and it was just kind of, then we hit COVID and got some, but 7 is, and it just shows if I can just add, I don't think we've got a massive audience out there that's listening to us, but in theory, the increase in, if you look at, I'm not sure what it would give us over the 5 years. We were at 25, then we jumped at 32. That probably brings us 30%. Is that something you can? So a 30% increase over the 5 years is if you look at the 6 other or 5 other municipalities across SD&G, that would entail not the fact that it's, there it is right there. So that's this morning's numbers, right, at 587?
Correct, this
Yeah.
number has decreased.
So again, just to revert back, so we'll probably end up around the 30, which is a blend with South Glengarry at 30. You've got South Dundas, South North Glen. What I like to look at is the dollar value underneath that. So looking at North Dundas, which is an increase of $4.5 million versus our $1 million. And I always relate back to, so if you look at the overall, you've got 2 million, 4 million, 3 million, we're at 1, 2, and so we're either half of or a quarter of with respect to our neighbors, but we also have 5 rec facilities, which is at par with probably everybody else, maybe more than some. Then we have 4 fire stations. We have, so what we have to deal with is just, I look at it like a water system. You can have a water tower for a village that has 500 users, and next door you have a town of 5,000. Well, it's still one water tower that can, we're stuck in the aspect of being smaller and doing the best with, and I believe that we maintain services just as well as others. So again, I'm just adding, but now the question is, I'm asking council what your thought is on the actually should say on the 7% of our local budget, and see what so I can start at either end and get a feel for where we stand. So Councillor McDonald, you can start.
Okay. I'm not opposed to that rate. I think the staff have done a good job of cutting and trimming and budgeting and grants, and as they've done everything they can on their side to make this palatable. We've taken it already from 10 to 7 or wherever we started. I do think that we're low in terms of our taxation, and all your comments are very salient because we do deliver almost the same amount of kilometers of roads and numbers of wrecks and culverts and all this stuff. So, I mean, it's just inevitable. And then, balancing that is that it is really tough for people, and we have to show them that we've done the work, and I think we've done the work to get this as tight as we can. There's still opportunity for more grants and things to come, and there's the potential as well with the EDO position that we don't find that person, we redirect that to something else. So I can live with the percentage that we've got after today.
Yeah, it's tough to look at, like I say, the biggest number. The other thing that you may want to look at, because I've done this in past years, Lachlan, is we've always had the best mill rate by 15% better than all the other municipalities. And the one that was second in line was North Dundas. And we see them now moving up very, very quickly. They've had some very significant increases. So I think we've widened the gap there. So from that perspective, that may be telling us that we need this relatively small correction to stay sustainable into the future. So from that perspective, I don't think I'm hurting over it. Again, I've taken very much pride in staff's ability to make sure that we stayed under 5%, et cetera, but maybe we're being overly vigilant some years, and so maybe it's time to have a 7% increase so that it provides sustainability into the future, and next year we don't have to look at a 14% increase. So, and I agree, things are not getting any cheaper, but like we've recognized, a lot of the assets that we have come on the backs of our strong volunteer base, and we need to continue to support that volunteer base through our rec director to make sure that those assets are being well maintained, both by the general ratepayers, but also by the volunteer base as well. So, like I say, I'd love to see it a little bit lower, but again, I understand where it's coming from, and I think staff is being very fair in what they're putting forward as a sustainable model.
So first off, thank you to everybody for the time and effort that you've put into this. It is not an easy task, and it probably a lot of late nights and lost sleep with numbers running through your head. So I appreciate all the work done in that. I understand. We punch well above our weight when it comes to the region and what we offer to our residents, and how we have to sustain that and how we have to pay for it. I don't love 7%. It seems a bit steep. I don't think there should be. It shouldn't be a punitive tax rate. At the end of the day, there is only one taxpayer. We know that. We all have to pocket it. And each level of government is trying to take what they can. But it shouldn't be punitive in the fact that we do live in a smaller community, but we still have to sustain the same high costs that everybody else does with a larger tax base. So I get it. We're in a really tough spot here. We can't artificially deflate numbers to try to just hit a magic number, because ultimately that's just going to be kicking the can down the road, putting the burden on the next council to try to pick up the slack and then plan for the future. So I would appreciate over the next couple of weeks if still every department can just fine tooth comb, because it is the little, the smaller line items here and there tightening up can move it down just a little bit to make it a little bit more palatable. Being under that 7% mark would be nice. Or we could just not buy a fire truck and be like in really good shape. But outside of that, if we can look where we can be truly accurate to the numbers and as spot on as we can with projections, so we're not artificially padding and then saying, okay, well, we came in with a surplus at the end of the year. Well, that's great for us financially, but that does no good to everybody who's already paid the tax rate for the year. So we've got to be mindful of everybody across our township. So those are my 2 cents.
Charles?
So same thing. I'd like to thank everybody for the hard work put into this. I can see over the years, these guys definitely cut back everywhere you can. With our township, with the population we got, it's 1% hits us a lot harder than it does in our neighboring townships. We are, from the numbers, we are lower. Would it be great to see 5%? Would be, but I don't think it's possible. We'd have to cut likely another 80,000 out. We can boast about all of our parks, our rec. We have, 4 great facilities for the amount of population we've got. And with that comes a lot of maintenance, and the cost of maintenance you can see it's growing. So, can we find a way to get a little under 7? That would be great if we can, but if not, we'd have to live with it.
So I guess we end up, from what I'm hearing, it just shows the work that staff did put in. If it was where staff hadn't done the work, we would be sitting out there all divided up. And but as we can see, we can try to cut more. I think we'd be just cheating ourselves, because as Councillor Bajelli mentioned, the next council that will come in, we're going to have to retrack what the shortfall that we have this year. When we look at the past few years, there was many 9%, a high one on 17, but in general, there was many like 8, 9 when we stuck to 5. So this year just happens, and we've got big shoulders. I know it's an election year. I know the scrutiny that I talk about, which you come in because that's what people remember. I understand that, but at the same time, I'm pretty proud of what we've accomplished, and the fact that we can stand behind the work that was done here today and the work that staff did. So with that said, we can take the Walmart approach, come in at 6.99, so if somebody wants to. So, but again, it's something that I feel that I do not want to go back in and try to re-identify. I think we're lean with what we've got here, and I'm supportive of where we stand. So again, there's a few tweaks left to be done, and I'm not sure what the fact you laugh at the 6.99, but the fact that you've got 6 people kind of, so there is the value there just for the purpose of, does it change anything? No. So I will leave that with staff. If there's any further questions from staff before we go and close out this meeting, I'll take questions from staff if if you have any before we move forward to the 27th.
I don't have any. I suppose the only thing I'll do is look to make sure we have our notes aligned, and if you have, when we come back for the January meeting, if there's something that we didn't pick up, you just let us know. And
Because I know most of them are done. Do we have, just off the top of our head, because you hear about, but it's not confirmed, do we have the rates from the other municipalities that have, I'm just curious to see where we stand on.
So Kim has one from.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. I got one from South Stormont. Right now, there's emails going all over the place. What's your tax rate? Da 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 da. South Stormont has a combined levy rate increase of 4.51 with their own increase of 5.69. That's the only one I've got so far. Sorry.
Can you?
I'll be able to find South Glengarry's fairly easily, and then we'll go and we'll ask all the other treasurers for theirs, and we'll apply that to the report incoming at our next meeting.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, just want to say one thing. I really want to thank Melissa and Lachlan in my absence for everything they've done.
Maybe I should also state that same comment. So Lachlan, it was just the fact that we are together, sit on county council, we all sit on the library board, so it made it easy for me to kind of slide it in and approach you, but the fact that you've helped us out was really appreciated, I think, by all staff, and everybody got to meet Lachlan. I think he's wonderful to have in the office. He, pretty, so again, thank you very much for helping us out, because it was a time where there was a lot of uncertainty, unknown. So any last comments from council? Chad, maybe, do you want your first?
I guess I will thank the staff for the work they've done, certainly coming in, and CAO Calder for his leadership and guidance, so to get you to those numbers. So thank you to him, and thank you to council for supporting me through this first budget meeting. It was fairly painless, so thank you very much. Appreciate it.
And at the end of the day, we are all taxpayers, so we've actually, not only on our residents, but we are part of the group, so it's something that I think we can, we're living by it. So anyways, I think it was great work by all, so thank you very much. So let's close out
The formal proceedings.
the final proceedings. So for ratification, Mr. Clerk.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Densham and seconded by Councillor McDonald. Be it resolved that bylaw number 03-2026, being a bylaw to adopt, confirm, and ratify council's actions at its special meeting of January 14th, 2026, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and sealed in open council this 14th day of January 2026.
All in favor? Motion's carried, and the adjournment.
Moved by Councillor McDonald, seconded by Deputy Mayor Densham. Be it resolved that this special meeting adjourn at 3:19 p.m.
All in favor? Motion is carried. Thank you very much, council. Thank you, staff, and enjoy the rest of your day. Have a good night.